Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
I'm not sure how you make a crop of short hair look shaggy, but he always managed it, somehow. Head to desk. He had blue, bloodshot eyes behind the orange sleeves of a dusty, patchwork jacket. There was a fresh tear on his navy blue shoulder pad, courtesy of a drunken civilian who'd managed to get his hands on kunai, no doubt given to him by a vengeful shinobi who'd wanted to keep his hands clean from the act. That cut was the most obvious one. He'd gotten a few nicks on his hands and feet throughout the traditional high-stakes game of hide and seek he played with the citizenry. But, for reasons he couldn't quite comprehend, those wounds usually healed up within seconds. Usually, the abuse was contained to glaring, hateful derision, or at its worst outright willful neglect. But come midnight of October 10th, some drunkard always came knocking. This year had been better than others. He'd had 10 months at the academy, and combined with a full-time, lifetime lesson in stealth and evasion, giving those small groups of drunkards the slip had become old hat in a matter of hours. The first group caught him by surprise, especially the one brandishing ninja tools. But after that first scare, he'd turned it into a morbid game of cat and mouse. That small, gnawing, resentful part of his brain drew some satisfaction in finally escaping those bastards mostly unscathed. But doing it for 7 hours was grueling, especially on a body whose main source of nutrition was ramen. So it was with little wonder that, as the academy opened its doors and our blonde hero found his seat, he collapsed upon it in a heap of sweat, dirt, and a newfound sense of pride. Happy 10th birthday, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika prided himself on being the second person in the building every morning. He gave himself enough time to enjoy his breakfast of rice, natto, and eggs, brew himself the day's coffee, and be in the office by 7:30. Since class started at 9, it was rare for any of the other instructors to get there before 8, and Irika enjoyed having those silent few minutes to center himself before the day's pandemonium started. The echoing clack of his steps broke the otherwise quiet morning, a courtesy he did to let the janitor know that there was at least one other person in the building. To his surprise, he opened his door to find a disheveled, orange figure slumped over in one of the seats. The telltale blonde shag and orange jumpsuit were a dead giveaway, but really, he was shocked that Naruto had bothered to show up at all. His attendance was sparse, if we are being generous, and he hadn't even bothered to attend this month. That being said, he wasn't exactly bewildered by Naruto's lack of interest. Most of the instructors actively sabotaged the poor child's education, and it was a miracle he could even throw a kunai straight. There was only so much time he could give to support the blonde, and as a lowly instructor, there was little he could do to influence the actions of his colleagues. A sigh escaped resigned lips as he approached closer. Naruto was dirtier than usual. While the boy was the antithesis of organization, he'd scouted out his apartment on a number of occasions. The blonde had made it a point to at least be presentable whenever he decided to show up. But mud and grime caked his orange jumpsuit, with grass stains streaking his knees and elbows. A leaf or two, and several clumps of dirt, had buried themselves among his yellow locks, and white stuffing billowed from the open gash at his jacket's left shoulder. He was happy to note a lack of blood on the boy, and the soft rise of his back seemed to indicate Naruto was sleeping peacefully. As Irika turned his attention to the board, he caught a blonde head stirring out of the corner of his eye. Crusty, periwinkle, bloodshot orbs creaked open and stared into the scar-faced Chunin's chocolate ones. Irika's breath hitched, noting the full extent of Naruto's exhaustion. The blonde, ever optimistic and fearless, gave him that tireless, white, Cheshire grin and let out a stifled breath. Irika swallowed the guilt-laced knot building in his throat. "Are you okay, Naruto?" he breathed out in a half-whisper. Grin undisturbed but lacking his usual vibrance, Naruto answered back. "You know, the normal birthday harassment. Been up all nightish." A yawn interrupted, and unconsciously, Naruto lay his head back on his desk and let sleep's warm, black embrace overwhelm him. "Sweet dreams, Naruto," Irika said more to himself than to his young student, turning once again toward the board to prepare for the day's lesson. It was his first time seeing Naruto post-birthday beatdown, but it left a cold, unsettling coil rumble in his stomach. He didn't know whether to feel guilty he hadn't looked after Naruto more carefully, or to feel angry that Naruto brushed it off so casually. He'd heard rumors before of how some of the civilians would gang up on him the evening of his birthday and beat him unconscious. None of the village's shinobi dare lay a finger on him. He was protected by the word of the Hokage himself. The last time one of Konoha's ninja had attacked Naruto in a drunken stupor, Sarutobi had seen him disappear to the darkest bowels of Marino Ibiki's TNI. It sent a shiver down his spine thinking of the incident. He tried to pry the truth out of Ibiki once over several bottles of sake, but the man had simply iced over at the question, pointedly ordering his inferior to never mention it again. The rumors that had leaked were enough to keep the rest of the shinobi force from ever attempting such a thing again. The Hokage's word, however, did little to stifle the grudge many of the civilian population held toward Naruto. Every October 10th, the tension would boil over, and a few of the more courageous drunkards would take their unabating resentment and hatred and set themselves on the child. The civilian council, made of merchants and wealthy businessmen, kept the Hokage in stalemate, refusing to allow military rule of civilian matters. The village's prosperity heavily depended upon the middle and upper middle class contingent, and since Naruto had not yet been classified as a shinobi, repercussions were out of the Hokage's jurisdiction. Though the civilian police force did not let the child be murdered, they turned a blind eye to anything less than lethal. Irika had been lonely growing up an orphan, but he had never been outright abandoned. No matter what his minor sins, Naruto deserved better than to have the memories of his birthdays filled by prejudicial attacks. Inundated in thought, Irika had missed the clamor growing behind him as his classroom began to fill out with the raucous hijinks of his students. In particular, he could hear the enthusiastic growl characteristic of Inuzuka Kiba, and it seemed to be directed at the classroom's other infamous clown. "Happy birthday, idiot!" Kiba grinned at Naruto as he placed a 10-candled cupcake in front of the blonde. Orange frosting and blue candles, per Hinata's suggestion. Lifting his head up, Naruto drew his eyes to the wide, mischievous smile of the Inuzuka clan's heir, following the thumb jutted toward the stammering, quivering figure of the white-eyed girl hiding behind him. Kiba continued, "Oh yeah, Shikamaru and Chuji pitched in too. Man, you should have seen Chuji salivating the whole way here. It took both Shikamaru and I to make sure he didn't jump the poor cupcake and devour it in one." Comprehension dawning, the patented Uzumaki smile split his face as his eyes sparked with appreciation. Naruto extended his hand for a high five, which Kiba readily met with a clasp of his own. "Quite wise of you, Kiba," Naruto exclaimed while putting on airs. "It is great to honor your future Hokage with a token of your appreciation. Know that I won't forget this when the time comes to choose advisors." Kiba, in mock scandal, retorted, "Ah, you think you can match the greatness of the great Inuzuka Kiba? That hat was destined for my head, and your lips for my feet." It was odd to imagine that a friendship had developed through these daily repartees, but Irika noted that the same could be said of the small yet important bonds the young orphan had developed with his classmates. If Inuzuka Kiba was destined for greatness, then Uzumaki Naruto was bound for legend. Naruto hit back. "I can see it now. Irika-sensei, upfront dash. Leave me out of your fantasies." "Naruto?" Irika interrupted as he placed the finishing touches to his lesson plan. Fine Iruka-sensei. "You're not needed for this anyway," Naruto shot back before turning to Kiba. "Right beside my name, Uzumaki Naruto, the one man to surpass the fourth Hokage dash." Kiba broke out in laughter, spittle covering Naruto's face. "Are we getting delusional there, Naruto? You, a clanless nobody, surpassing the fourth Hokage." Kids had a way of being unintentionally nasty. Kiba really meant nothing by it. He knew little of the pervasive loneliness Naruto suffered through daily, yet it had stabbed Naruto in a way little else could. His smile slipped for a half-second, before he replaced his open smile with a defensive one, though no one but Hinata and Irika would be able to tell that difference. "Kiba, that was very rude of you to say to a fellow classmate," Irika called out. "Apologize to Naruto. We were just playing Irika-sensei. You never say anything when he calls me dog breath." "Yeah, Irika-sensei, Naruto butted in. "We were just playing. It'd take a lot more than that for dog breath to hurt my feelings." Irika sighed as we watched Naruto and Kiba recommence their fighting. He had gotten better at burying the hurt, but the way Naruto held his eyes tight, a tear threatening to spill over, was enough to give him away. It was 9 in the morning, and already, his mental meanderings had left Irika emotionally drained. Exhaling, he slumped back in his chair, needing another 5 minutes to gather himself. He wasn't sure what urged the next words out of his mouth. Maybe all the day's dwellings had made him so tired, he'd decided it was a good idea to exercise poor judgment. Maybe the fact that he too had been an orphan provoked compassion out of him, a desire to help alleviate Naruto of his loneliness and sorrow. That same concern Irika felt as he lay eyes on Naruto that morning caught fire, awakening a paternalistic instinct he'd never recognized in himself. Abruptly, Irika slammed the eraser onto the blackboard, erasing the intricate lattice of equations he'd calligraphed onto every inch. His arm worked vigorously, but unlike the meticulous layout of his lesson plan, the chalk smear was inelegant and disorganized, like he didn't care about the state of his blackboard, which was so out of character that, for the first time in his career, every set of eyes and ears were entirely centered upon him. Irika finally turned to a stunned class, catching mouths agape, brows furrowed and eyes wide. Irika was big-hearted and straightforward. The last word he would use to describe himself was indulgent, but he decided that, with all attention gravitating toward him, he would not miss this opportunity for the ideal class session. He turned his newfound appreciation for theatricality into a full-blown drama, drawing up an old tattered book from the bottom of his desk drawer. As he laid it flat, inquisitive faces glued themselves to the relic their teacher had just produced. A cloud bloomed as Irika blew the dust-riddled cupboard, hints of cobwebs untangling from the leather binding and scattering across the desk. "Actually, Kiba," Irika started. The silence was dense, bordering on suffocating. Kiba could feel the warm tickle of Hinata's breath at the nape of his neck, synced with his own. The tension was inexplicable, and that made it all the worse. This was not their Irika. 2 seats away from Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke felt his heart begin to pound, paranoia shooting electric currents from his brain down his hands, mouth dry and tongue sticky as a single thought began to creep into his head. They had been infiltrated by an imposter. Naruto does have clan. Irika let the words hang, as he watched 27 pairs of eyes flitter and fixate, and 27 different mouths widen or close. Even in that dense silence, 27 sets of ears could hear the revelation reverberate within their brains. It was Haruno Sakura on whom realization first dawned, as her body leaned forward, head straight and emerald orbs staring straight ahead. Kiba felt rooted, conflicted between going back to his seat and the information not fully digesting. So he compromised, and folding his legs underneath him and taking his place on the floor. Consequently, Hinata was now fully exposed to the classroom, and caught between wanting to reach out to Naruto, wanting to hide, and wanting to head back to her seat, began to feel lightheaded and took a seat next to Kiba before she experienced another full-blown fainting episode. Naruto's chest heaved, his breathing becoming more and more labored. His brain couldn't find the right contortion for his face. He couldn't pair his standard elation with the full-blown psychiatric shock. Disbelief cycled into hope, cycled into doubt, and recycled into disbelief. He stood up, chair thrown back, legs quaking and arms burning. Hands clenched. It was the pinch of nails breaking the skin of his palms that let Naruto know that he was still awake. He could hear every beat of his heart through his eardrum, the muscles of his throat contracting, making each short breath painful. Naruto looked down at his hands, closing and opening them, unsure of everything. Finally, tear-filled, blue eyes looked back at those friendly, warm chocolate ones as a broken screech slipped past the young blonde's lips. "What?" The 27 students sat on the floor, legs crossed, huddled as Irika began his lesson. Sasuke, who would actively seek solitude and usually stole away from the company of others, was so engrossed that he never let the fact that his and Sakura's knees were touching bother him. Likewise, Sakura's proximity to the brooding clan head had not even caught her attention. Very little on the Uzumaki clan has been retained from the 3rd to 4th to 5th edition of the Academy's A Brief History of Konoha. Each edition cut more in favor of adding more contemporary events, such as the betrayal of Orochimaru, or the battle between the fourth Hokage and the nine-tailed fox. Irika continued, I was in the academy when we began using the third edition, but I have this hand-me-down copy of the second edition from my own sensei. Sadly, even what the second edition has is a paltry 5 pages. So it's no wonder you all have never heard of the Uzumaki clan. Irika paused, checking his student's eyes to see if he'd lost anyone. He was quite surprised and proud that everyone's attention was still led solely on him. But, as luck has it, when I was in the academy, I was tasked with a report on the clan. I'll admit, while my memory of that report is hazy at best, I'll do the best to fill in any blanks. For the next 3 hours, Irika regaled the class with stories of prodigious, ageless shinobi whose mastery of Fuinjutsu was unmatched by any known peoples. He recounted myths from the Warring States period, of ninja who could survive multiple fatal wounds, and who could bend the laws of nature to their will. He explained the origin behind the spiral crest on the flak jackets of Konoha's advanced shinobi, and their proximity to the founding clan of Konohagakure, the Senjus. In particular, he honed in on Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and how their lineage would eventually lead to the birth of one of the 3 Sannin, Tsunade Senju. Wait, Irika-sensei, Naruto interrupted. If my clan is so important and powerful, where is everyone? Looking down at Naruto, he saw periwinkle irises teeming with hope. He'd never seen Naruto like this. Well-mannered, focused, and bordering on maturity. Because his story gave something to Naruto that he'd never had, a home. Naruto found no need for attention, be it in praise or derision, if he could just find someone to be close to, someone to acknowledge him for no other reason than for being himself and being alive. For 2 hours, he'd given this boy a sense of belonging, that he too came from somewhere, that buried underneath the nights he sobbed into his pillow, dark and alone. There must be someone out there who cares for him, who loves him with no other reason than being kin. In that moment, as Irika hesitated and he saw the hope begin to escape Naruto's eyes, he knew the grave sin he had committed. He had held the young boy's fragile worldview in his hands. In his enthusiasm, he'd forgotten that, by the end of the day, he would be the one to strip that feeling away from him. The shinobi world dealt in short lives and ephemeral moments, and it was a lesson Naruto would learn sooner rather than later. Exhaling, Irika steeled himself to finish his story. Sometime during the Second Shinobi War, an allied Kirigakure and Kumogakure laid siege to Yuzushiogakure. Already fighting on 2 fronts against Sunagakure and Tsushigakure, Konoha was unable to open a third front and protect one of their ally nations. Yuzushiogakure was destroyed, with those managing to escape the destruction scattering to the other nations, living in hiding. Those left behind have kept quiet, afraid that their infamy will bring unwanted attention. There are some unsubstantiated rumors that there are some Uzumaki living in the minor countries of the grass and rain, but Konoha has no records of contact with any of them. Naruto didn't even twitch, eyes affixed to the floor, his light, gentle breath the only signs of life. The others began to move, picking themselves off the floor and moving to gather their belongings, heading home early to partake in the annual festival. Kiba and Hinata sat diligently by Naruto, while Shikamaru and Chuji stood dutifully by the other with Naruto's things. As Kiba prepared to deliver words of encouragement, Naruto halted him. I just need to be alone for a bit. I'll catch up with you guys at the festival. Kiba offered his friend a one-armed hug, which the blonde readily accepted, though he did not return one of his own. We will hold on to your stuff, and Naruto-kun, Hinata managed to squeak out to him. Naruto merely replied with a curt nod, eyes unmoved. Quietly, the 4 friends were chaperoned to the door by Irika, whose warm nod promised that he would make sure Naruto was okay. As the door closed behind them, Naruto, still seated, turned his head to face his teacher. Irika-sensei. His voice quaked, raspy, grasping at what calm and composure he could find. Why did you tell me that story? It had been a long day for Irika already, and it was only lunchtime. He'd have to thank his big heart for the newest mess he'd created for himself. Finding his way over to Naruto, he crouched, bringing himself to eye level. Because Naruto, I know what it's like to be an orphan, but I was lucky to have at least known my parents, to know I was loved by someone. Even on my loneliest day, I had memories of old times to turn to. There wasn't a day that went by that I didn't miss them, but whenever that feeling came, I could visit them inside a picture frame or inside my mind. And as I became old enough, I started setting up a life of my own, filled with my own friends and with those I wanted to take care of. I wanted you to know that, once upon a time, there was a group of people out there who were a lot like you, with boundless energy and mischievous to boot. A large family who, whatever their legacy, would come home to each other and share their daily toils over a warm meal. You may not have met your parents, and as far as I can tell, you're the only Uzumaki left. But that doesn't mean you can't start having that now. You have people that care enough about you to share the fragments of their toils and joys with you. Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, and Hinata, as odd a group as I've ever seen as a teacher, care enough to bring you a cupcake that probably took a week's worth of chores to save up for. Cherish that and share yourself back. Not the mask you wear every day, but the Uzumaki Naruto that who isn't afraid to show his hurt. You've been through a lot and you're gonna go through a lot, but it's so much better when you have your special people there for you. Now dry your tears. We're expected at Ichiraku. I told Tucci we'd stop by for your birthday. Wiping the last of his tears on the tattered orange sleeve, Naruto stood up. Almost immediately, the Naruto's customary smile appeared, in full bloom, the corners of his eyelids wrinkled and nose upturned. Before Irika could counter, Naruto had wrapped his arms around the young man's neck, pulling him the still crouched Irika closer. "Hey, Irika-sensei," the blonde called out. "Don't forget that I've got you too." Irika let a small grin grace his lips, nodding and gesturing toward the door. Naruto took one last sniff as he centered himself, exhaled the last of his nerves, and set his sights on the door. As they took a right down the hall and toward the exit, Naruto turned to his mentor. "Growing up, did your dreams ever change?" he asked. Irika paused his gait for a split second. Taking his right hand to his chin, his eyes squinted, searching for the most precise answer. Why did Naruto have to start getting philosophical with him right now? Not that he minded. It was his responsibility to field these sorts of questions from his students, and it was a responsibility he took great pride in performing. He chalked that up as another consequence of his bleeding heart. Or maybe no one ever gave Naruto the due credit for his depth. Maybe the specific goals changed. Irika shrugged. I went from wanting to continue my family's legacy to leaving a legacy of my own through my students. The outcomes are different, but at its root, I just want to make sure I help contribute to the growth of the next generation. Teach them how to nurture their own wills of fire, so to speak. Why do you ask? They found themselves outside, the midday sun casting a glare onto the increasingly vibrant village. Papier-mâché effigies of the Ninetales were being burnt outside of the academy campus, in honor of the fourth Hokage's defeat of the Kyuubi. Protecting the village, just like you and Gigi do, that's important to me. Naruto started. But I want something for myself too. Naruto picked up a stray rock and pelted it at one of the abandoned effigies, striking and knocking its head in. Wherever my clan is, I want to make them proud. I want to make sure their legacy doesn't die with me. I want the Uzumaki, present and future, to know they have a home right here whenever they need one. Naruto hopped onto the nearest cement post, sucking in a full lung's worth of air, puffing his chest outward, hands on hips in a defiant stance. Sensei, I'm going to revive the Uzumaki clan. It may just be me. There may be others, but by the time I die, the Uzumaki will have a home here in Konoha. He turned his back to Irika, facing toward the Hokage monument. Jabbing a figure toward the stone heads etched into the side, Naruto bellowed out a challenge to his future predecessors. Watch me. I'll be the first Uzumaki Hokage, and I'll be the damn best Hokage this village has ever seen. Shifting back to Irika, his radiant smile removed any traces of his previous melancholy. And there's no way I can do that on an empty stomach. What are we waiting for, Irika-sensei? Let's get some ramen. Without taking a second glance back, Naruto's legs broke into a bounding blur, deep imprints marking the route to Ichiraku's. Irika took one last look back at the academy before following Naruto's lead to Ichiraku's. It was only noon, but he already knew the day was bound to be filled with headaches. Iruka was gratefully that the Umbu hadn't come calling until after his meal with Naruto was over. Behind the fox-shaped mask, a mass of gray hair spiked upward, and it was really only out of formality that Iruka refrained from using his real name. I take it Hokage-sama has requested my presence. Umbu-san? The masked soldier gave him a quick nod before blurring out of sight. The things he did for his students. He'd never been on the receiving end of Hiruzen's wrath. Very few had, even when taking his enemies into account. On the battlefield, the man dubbed the God of Shinobi was infamous for his stoicism, vicious in his efficiency as the ideal shinobi should be. He wore the mask of a kind old man in front of the village's youth, but his ninja knew there was a reason he led them, and not the other way around. As Iruka crossed the threshold into the Hokage's office, he noted the grimace carved into the third's expression. He found no mirth playing at the edge of the Hokage's eyes, as he bore the full weight of his glare upon the young teacher. Removing the pipe from his mouth, Hiruzen turned toward the view of the Hokage monument, his eyes tracing over his predecessors and successor. Tell me, Chunin. Shit, when the Hokage referred to you by rank, whatever came next would make unpleasant look kind. Iruka stilled, dread worming its way up his legs, a numb electricity paralyzing him in place. It was the first time he felt the man's killing intent. Barely a sliver of it churned his stomach, bile and acid burning their way up his esophagus. The nausea left his brain hazy, and he didn't know whether to run, hide, or vomit. On whose orders did you decide to toe the line on revealing an S-class secret? He couldn't corral a single thought, images flashing past him like a runaway reel. Well, Chunin. Perspiration beaded down the younger shinobi's face, air so heavy it was hard work just to take a breath in. Hiruzen stepped away from the window and finally gave Iruka his undivided attention. His steps silent, threatening lethality, softly made their way past the paper-laden oaken desk. Answer me, he commanded in calm menace. Iruka felt the tension deepen by an inch, but it was enough for Iruka to feel the inside of his chest swelter, like he was inhaling steam. His eyes beaded, frantically searching for his voice. Hiruzen moved closer, looking up at his subordinate with a face that barely betrayed his rage. What gave you, an academy instructor, to nearly break one of the stipulations of an international treaty? He wanted to die just to get away. Do not forget, Chunin, I am your Lord Hokage. When it comes to the security of this village, my word is law. Do not take my leniency as a license for insubordination. Without warning, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, leaving Iruka to crumple on the floor, heaving. Hiruzen marched to his desk, robes snapping in his wake as he lit his pipe and installed himself into the Hokage's chair. Embers crackled out of the wooden bowel as Hiruzen inhaled, before he pushed out a stream of dark smoke. You're not usually one for insubordination, Iruka, particularly the kind that, had Kumogakure gotten word, might spark the beginnings of an international scandal. Regardless of the absurdity of the treaty demands, we will respect the provision that the history of the Uzumaki not be taught in the academy. Iruka's mouth creaked open in an attempt to speak, but he was halted by the Hokage's uplifted hand. My questions were rhetorical. I'm not blind. It's evident to everyone in that building how much you favor the boy. While my duties as Hokage prevent me from being as present as I would like in young Naruto's life, I would expect you to exercise better judgment in the upbringing of our young ward. Taking another drag of his pipe, the Hokage allowed himself the luxury of a sigh. I knew you would be too open-hearted to be his teacher, too sympathetic to his plight. But were it anyone else, I'm afraid the child would have developed into a full-blown psychopath. Thank God he's an Uzumaki. If there's one thing more resilient than their bodies, it's their spirits. Seeing the Chunin finally composed and standing at attention, the Hokage nodded his permission to allow Iruka to speak. Hokage-sama, there is only so much the two of us or his 4 classmates can do. How much longer until the solitude and suffering fester into hate? Naruto needs a deeper sense of belonging than platitudes. He needs a family, blood-related or not. And so you thought it prudent to share with the entire class a small snippet of history we have expressly forbidden from being spoken of within the academy walls? The Hokage fired back. Before Irika could formulate a response, the Hokage's door slid open. In the doorway stood his old rival, bandaged from head to toe, leaning on his single arm on his crutch. His one eye remained half-lidded and expressionless, staring past Irika and straight at the Hokage. Grunting in irritation, the Hokage nodded, motioning his approval for Danzo to enter the office. Despite his insubordination, I believe Yumino has a point. Naruto has yet to have his loyalty properly rooted to Konoha. Danzo placed himself just behind Irika, allowing the younger Nin to shield the broken half of his body. You've always worked in half measures, Hiruzen. I offered to make him a part of Root Dash, which has now been disbanded. The Hokage interrupted. We have had this discussion on many an occasion, Danzo. You will not transform that child into another one of your mindless drones. You squander his potential, Sarutobi. You prevented me from getting to him, from any shinobi getting to him in an effort to give him a childhood. Yet you've allowed something as weak as the civilian council to undermine your efforts, and the child is no stronger as a shinobi or human because of it. At his age, he would sell his loyalty to anyone willing to give him recognition, and were it not for you, Jiraiya and Kakashi, I would have made my move already. If any of the other 5 nations knew who he was, their spies would have either assassinated him or whisked him off to be indoctrinated. Your plan has relied upon the ignorance of the other nations for too long. In the aftermath of the Fox's attack, it was Root who hunted and eliminated the spies ready to reveal the identity of our Jinchuriki to their respective Kage. And even now, my men still clean up already. One of Kiri's double agents has made an attempt to get this information back to the Mizukage. If it weren't for my men, he would be halfway to the land of water rather than sitting in cell in Tianai with Marino. It's a miracle that Tsushigakure has yet to breach our security. I'm sure they'd be highly interested in an Uzumaki, who is the spitting image of Dash. The killing intent that roiled off of the Hokage dwarfed what Irika had felt earlier. Such an instantaneous drop in blood pressure floored the scar-faced instructor, leaving him out cold on the Hokage's office floor. For shinobi, masked and covered head to toe in black attire, dropped from the ceiling, backs to their Hokage as they surrounded Hiruzen. Despite your designs for this hat, and our differences in philosophy, I had decided to overlook your machinations because, beneath your cynicism and depravity, your only allegiance is to this village. But as a shinobi of Konoha, that loyalty means you are bound to my word. You will never again attempt to utter those words in my, or anyone else's presence, until this office has made its decision. Until that time, I will decide what is to be done about Uzumaki Naruto. You are dismissed, Shimura. Without flinching, Danzo retreated back out through the Hokage's door. Having deemed the scene safe, one of the Umbu, face concealed behind a serpent mask, wafted smelling salts at the fallen Chunin. Jerking awake, he blushed in embarrassment, on the floor and surrounded by the Hokage's personal guard. Unsteady and still reeling from his sudden loss of consciousness, Irika placed one hand on his knee in an attempt to stand. His leg gave out underneath him, and he felt an arm wrap around his, jolting him into an upright stance. Don't be such a wimp, Teach, Serpent joked from behind the mask, giving Irika a solid slap to the back before taking her place alongside her other 3 companions. The 4 Umbu finally disappeared, standing by for the Hokage's next set of orders. Alone, functionally at least, the Hokage addressed Irika once again. I will grant that you and Shimura may be right on this. I have let this situation escalate into an untenable position. Naruto is not fragile, but he has borne the weight of his burden, alone, for too long. I would never dream to allow him to be molded like the rest of Root, but his sense of loyalty is too malleability, and our threats loom too large, for me to allow this to go unchecked. Irika, for your insubordination, you will be temporarily removed from the academy and placed on active duty. You will also surrender a quarter of your earnings from any future missions you undertake to the Konoha treasury. You are dismissed. The scar-faced teacher about-faced as soon as the words left Hiruzen's mouth, finding the fastest way out of the Hokage's sight. Flicking his fore and middle fingers into the air, the Hokage called upon the gray-haired Umbu of his security detail. Wordlessly, the man reappeared at his side, posture straight, arms at attention. Bring me Naruto. Placing his hands in a tiger seal, the shinobi flickered out of existence, leaving the Hokage to gather his thoughts. Kakashi found Naruto smack dab in the middle of the festival, huddled amongst his 4 friends. While vendors would usually refuse to even acknowledge his presence, the fact that he was accompanied by 4 clan heirs gave pause to anyone who might otherwise want to subject Naruto to unpleasantries. Whatever melancholy that had affected Naruto early seemed to have been purged, as the young Jinchuriki was back to his animated displays of emotion. Flapping his arms and constantly pointing to the spiral on the side of his jacket, it didn't take a genius to figure out what occupied the group's current topic of conversation. Perched in the canopy, Kakashi focused his hearing on the conversation. The Hokage wouldn't mind him taking a little extra time to find his quarry. The Uzumaki clan couldn't have been that strong, Naruto, Kiba argued back, bits of dango flying out of his mouth as he tried to juggle eating and conversing. If they were, they'd still be around. Shikamaru rubbed his temples. If it weren't for Chuji enjoying the company of these 2 loudmouths, he would have abandoned them for cloud watching hours ago. Troublesome, he whispered over to Chuji, who happily munched on his 5th helping of cotton candy. He insisted on trying one of every color. It took 2 hidden villages working together to wipe them out. Not even small ones. Big ones like the lightning idiots and those mist bastards. Let's see the Inuzuka try to hold off even 1 hidden village on their own. If the Uzumaki are so much better than the Inuzuka, how come I can kick your ass, idiot? Kiba retorted, grabbing Naruto by his jacket collar. Hinata shuffled over between the 2 hotheads, gaze turned toward the ground and index fingers tapping one another. Please don't fight, you two. Hinata pushed out in what would very generously be considered a whisper. We're friends. We shouldn't be hurting each other. Like hell we're friends. Naruto responded, staring daggers right back at Kiba. This bastard is a 2nd-tier rival. As Kiba raised his fist to show Naruto how painful a 2nd-tier punch could be, Chuji and Shikamaru decided to intervene, pulling them away from each other. While I'm fine with the 2 of you getting us kicked out, Shikamaru started. It'd be too troublesome to explain to our parents why weren't at the fireworks with them later tonight. That's fine with me, Naruto bit out, hints of resentment peppering his voice. It's not like I have parents. Slipping through the Nara's arms, Naruto lunged toward Kiba, ready to pin him to the floor. Fully expecting the tactic, Chuji grabbed hold of Naruto's overstretched arm, tossing him into a full-body throw. To add insult to injury, as Naruto landed chest-first into the ground, Chuji decided he would plop right down on top of him to prevent the situation from escalating any further. Out of energy, and effectively having ended the fight, the 5 friends burst out into fits of laughter. Hinata hid her smile behind 2 dainty, alabaster hands, such public displays of affection unfitting of her Hyuga upbringing. Chuji let himself off Naruto while Kiba offered a hand to his downed comrade. The blonde Jinchuriki accepted ingraciously, pulling himself off the floor and giving his rival a thumbs up. As the 5 found a bench to sit on, Kiba turned his attention back to the subject at hand. If I'm being honest though, Naruto, how can we even be sure you're an Uzumaki? Naruto crossed his arms and squinted in thought, turning his attention to the canopy above. What do you mean, Kiba? He responded. I mean, look at what we know about them. The Uzumaki all have red hair and you're a blonde. You're more likely to be related to the 4th Hokage or to be a lost Yamanaka than you are to be related to them. Shikamaru added his rebuttal. If that mattered, you could say the same of the Hyuga. Hinata and Niji have different shades of hair color. I don't think that particularly matters in the long run. But they're easily identified by their dojutsu, Chuji interjected. Irika-sensei didn't mention any Kekai Genkai the Uzumaki may have had to easily identify them by. And it's not like Naruto has shown any exclusive abilities either, Kiba posited. Why you don't necessarily have to manifest a Kekai Genkai to be part of a clan, Kiba. Hinata piped up. Clans are filled with people who cannot perform or show aptitude in their clan's teachings. So where does that leave us? Chuji directed toward his best friend. Right back at the beginning with few clues and no answers, the Nara replied. Taking that as his cue, Kakashi flipped down from his hiding place amongst the treetops. He jolted the group from their nonchalance, startling the 5 children before they quickly assumed the basic defensive stance taught at the academy. Kakashi shoved his hands in his pockets, cluing to the rambunctious cadets that he was not there looking for a fight. Having finally gotten a good look at the figure, Hinata was the first to break the silence. Pardon us, Umbu-san. We were STST startled by your presence. Kakashi shrugged. No worries, he let out in monotone. I'm just here for one of you. The gray-haired shinobi made his way over to the orange-clad Jinchuriki, placing one hand on his shoulder. Naruto, for his part, stood wide-eyed at the smooth display of power Kakashi had just exhibited. Before the blonde could utter a word, both were gone in a flash of smoke and leaves. The 4 stood stunned in bewilderment, mouths agape and saucer-eyed. Kiba was the first to break the silence. What do you think they wanted him for? Shikamaru tisked, resting his hands behind his heads before staring off to the sky. If I had to guess, he began, probably Uzumaki business. Then why the Umbu? Chuji questioned. Putting the pieces together, I think we were told something we shouldn't have been. Why would any of this be a secret? Kiba interrupted. It's not like Irika gave us any major information. Today was basically story time. But we all know there's some big secret surrounding Naruto-kun, Hinata interjected. We've seen the ways the adults have treated him, especially the civilians. Whenever it comes to Naruto, my dad stays mum, Shikamaru added. He's never even given me a clue to what it's all about. So what, are you saying Irika-sensei accidentally led us into a village-wide conspiracy, and that Naruto's at the center of it? Kiba was having difficulty controlling the volume of his voice, as the nearby villagers began exchanging whispers and glancing over in the group's direction. Chuji wrapped his arms around Shikamaru and Kiba, huddling them closer to Hinata. Guys, everyone is starting to stare at us. You don't think Dash? Kiba was quickly cut off by an increasingly agitated Shikamaru. Whatever it is, it's too troublesome to talk about in the open. He glanced up at the sun, measuring the angle between it and the horizon. We have a few hours before the closing ceremony and the fireworks. I say we head to Ichiraku and talk about it away from prying eyes. What about Tuchi-san and Ayam-chan? Old man Tuchi is one of the few adults who's shown any kindness to Naruto. He won't interrupt us while we're talking. With plan in place, the 4 set off toward Ichiraku Ramen, determined to uncover the secret surrounding their exuberant friend. Let me get a pork ramen as well, Chuji called toward the older ramen chef, finishing up the order the 4 of them had placed. The 4 scooched themselves over to the farthest side of the ramen stand, Chuji and Kiba electing to stand in order to give themselves a little more privacy. So, whatever is going on with Naruto is something all of the adults know, Shikamaru began. They always seem to want to avoid talking about it around us, and the closer anyone is to the Hokage, the less likely they are to mention it. Can we assume this is ninja business? Kiba asked. I think we can, Chuji answered. Like Shikamaru said, our parents clam up or redirect every time we hint about Naruto's past. The only ones who openly talk about Naruto are the civilians, who probably aren't as exposed to the authority of the Hokage. But something as big as the existence of a hidden village seems too large to hide. From Irika-sensei's story, Uzumaki must have still existed 30 years ago. And it's not like you can just bury that kind of knowledge in a single generation, Kiba inserted. We've got the clan symbol sewn into our military's uniforms for God's sake. It's not like anyone is trying to hide it. We just didn't know about it. So the secret itself can't be the existence of Uzumaki. It's only I'm important relative to Naruto-kun. Which means, as far as any of the major villages know, Naruto is truly the last known descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Shikamaru concluded. And the only reason we know that is because of the way everyone has been acting today. It was Chuji's turn to ask a question. So why didn't the adults just play it off? Shikamaru clasped his hands together, narrowing his eyes as he tried to will the facts into a solution. It has to be related to the secret surrounding Naruto. That Naruto may be the last Uzumaki only matters because of what the adults know and what we don't. That still doesn't explain why it would matter that Irika revealed this non-classified history to us, Chuji exclaimed. Maybe Naruto-kun himself doesn't know. Hinata answered. We're not even shinobi yet. The Hokage probably thinks Naruto too young to know what the secret is. So basically, all we have is that Naruto is the last Uzumaki, and that's important for some reason, Kiba stated. Irika didn't give us much to go on, Shikamaru surmised. The only Uzumaki we have any clear identity of is Uzumaki Mito, and we can immediately conclude that Naruto is in no way a direct descendant of that line. If he was, he'd be treated like royalty, just like Tsunade was, Kiba conjectured. There's no way Naruto would have been left an orphan and without an inheritance to speak of. So what we know is that Naruto is an Uzumaki, but he's not a descendant of the most well-known Konohan Uzumaki, Chuji commented. Any way we can get our hands on a registry of Konoha citizens? Kiba proposed. That information is highly classified, Kiba. Hinata replied. I don't think anyone under Chunin would have access to those files. Great. Looks like we're stuck then. Kiba growled out in frustration. Damn it, Irika-sensei. What kind of secret did you let us in on? Just as Kiba was about to share his frustration with the rest of the restaurant, Tucci appeared with their order, placing 4 bowls of pork ramen down for the group. Speaking of Irika, it seems your teacher has been quite the popular figure today, Tucci remarked. I saw him speaking with one of the Umbu earlier. When did you see Irika-sensei with Umbu? Kiba asked. Just a few minutes after Naruto finished his lunch. Looked like they were in a rush. They spoke for maybe 10 seconds before taking off. Damn. It looks like whatever happened was important enough for the Hokage to call on him, Chuji remarked. Tucci noted the exasperated faces of his 4 customers, scrunched in consternation. What's got the 4 of you in a tizzy? He asked. It's rare to see all 4 of you preoccupied by something. Tucci-san, Shikamaru implored. Why does no one ever want to talk about Naruto? Tucci cursed his luck. He had hoped that it would be Irika or Sarutobi-sama who would be the ones on the receiving ends of those questions. Of course, it would fall on their friendly neighborhood ramen chef to stonewall a group of mischievous and curious academy cadets on deepest secret in the hidden village. He wasn't a ninja, damn it. How could he be? He could barely manage to convincingly sell white lies. And with both the Hyuga and Nara heirs doing the questioning, there was little doubt he'd be able to both reveal nothing and adequately satisfy their curiosity. Shikamaru always had a way of conjuring answers from sparse pieces of information. See, right there, Kiba exclaimed as he pointed straight at the furrowed brows and tight, straight lips adorning Tucci's face. Why does every single one of the adults get like that? What's so special about Naruto? There's a ton special about me, dog breath. The 5 turned to find Naruto standing right outside the ramen stand, escorted by the gray-haired Umbu from earlier. Hinata shook off her shock and took stock of the blonde. His patented Uzumaki smile was plastered on his face, and as far as she could tell, it was the genuine version. What's with the satchel? Shikamaru inquired. We didn't see you with it before. Gigi gave it to me as part of my birthday present. Naruto heaved the pack onto the counter for all to see. Emblazoned on the front was the Uzumaki's trademark red spiral. Cool, right? The group's eyes were affixed to the bundle in front of them. Aside from the Uzumaki symbol, a tapestry of waves, ships and gods decorated the satchel. Fujin, the wind god, exhaled a typhoon across the open ocean, threatening to capsize the fleet of boats that dared to cross these waters. A lone figure stood upon the ship's bow, long red hair flaring out in the wind, a massive scroll unfurling and sending a hurricane of its own in retort to the wind god. The stitchwork was intricate, and Shikamaru noted it was clearly the product of a master artisan. He filed that piece of information away for later. But you ain't seen nothing yet, the blonde continued as moved to undo the satchel's buckles. Naruto, his Umbu escort called. Remember Hokage-sama's words. Naruto immediately withdrew his hands, scratching the back of his head and offering his escort a sheepish apology. Sorry, Umbu-san. I got a little carried away. Where did you go, Naruto-kun? Hinata cut in. We were worried about you. Kakashi interceded before his blonde-haired charge let his enthusiasm get the better of him. Might I suggest a change of location? This isn't the kind of conversation to be having in such an open venue. Right, Naruto nodded. So, how about we meet up you know where after the fireworks? He proposed. All right, but you better not hold out on us, Naruto. Kiba threatened. After the day we've had, we want some answers. Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you everything Gigi and I talked about. The five split apart, the clan heirs heading to meet their respective families in anticipation of the annual fireworks show to commemorate the village's triumph over the Kyuubi. While Naruto sprinted back to his apartment, satchel secured and held tightly to his chest. He couldn't wait to start. On the outskirts of Konoha, ensconced in the hollowed remains of a millennia-old tree, the five friends gathered in their secret base, hidden away from all except the patrolling Nara and the customary Hyuga bodyguard who made sure Hinata was always one shushin away should her safety be compromised. It's still pretty sweet your dads gave us permission to use their old base, Kiba addressed to Shikamaru and Chuji. It makes sense if you think about, Shikamaru replied. It's under constant patrol by the most trusted members of our clan, but gives us adequate space from the adults whenever we find ourselves in the throes of teenage rebellion. Geez, I wonder how many babes your parents brought back here to have a little smooch session, Kiba interjected. His comment caused a blush to erupt across Hinata's face before Naruto replied by smacking the Inuzuka across the back of the head. Pained, Kiba began rubbing his head furiously. It's a secret base, dog breath, Naruto stated. Of course they didn't bring girls back here. No girls allowed. Well, what about Hinata? Chuji countered. Well, Hinata's Hinata, the blonde answered back. He wrapped his arm around the blushing Hyuga, causing the latter's breath to hitch as she felt her crush draw her closer. What would a princess like her want with a couple of ruffians like us? Hinata leaned her head back against the tree's inner wall. Even in her daze, she didn't want Naruto's compliments to end. It's not like I'll bring Sakura-chan here once we start dating. And that immediately deflated any sense of self-esteem Hinata had been developing over the course of the last hour. Eyes glazed over, it was clear to Kiba that Naruto was lost in some kind of daydream. Never one to let an opportunity like this to go by. The Inuzuka clobbered the Uzumaki's head with his own fist, vengeance for the violence meted out to him earlier. Now it was Naruto's turn to writhe around the floor in pain, frantically rubbing the sore. Stop being delusional, Naruto. Everyone knows Sakura and Ino have the hots for Sasuke-kun. Naruto recovered and with renewed vigor, spat back at Kiba. She'll drop that whiny, brooding loser once she's seen Uzumaki. Naruto is the real deal. Who'd pass up a chance to be with history's strongest Hokage? Naruto-Shikamaru interrupted. You have as much of a chance with Sakura as Chuji does with Ino. Chuji immediately spewed a mouthful of chips onto the ground. No way, Shikamaru, Chuji exclaimed. There's no way she wouldn't hide my chips and make me go on a diet. I can't live like that. No Akamichi can live like that. Oh, come on, Chuji, Kiba teased. Anyone with eyes knows Ino's gonna grow up to be a major hottie. Put in the work now and you can reap the benefits afterwards. Plus, your dads are friends. You already got an in. Chuji's face turned green, though that didn't stop him from reaching over and tearing open a new bag of chips. Stop teasing him, Kiba, Shikamaru chastised. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. We came to find out what all the fuss around Naruto is today, and it sounds like he has something interesting to tell us. Kiba immediately turned his attention from the flustered Akimichi to the hyperactive blonde. Yeah, that's right. You promised us some answers, Naruto, Kiba stated with a hint of accusation. It's about time you spilled. All right, Naruto replied, hands held up, palms toward Kiba in a show of reconciliation. Gigi did give me permission to tell you guys, but you've got to promise me you'll keep everything a secret. You don't have to worry about us, Naruto, Chuji affirmed. There aren't any gossips here. The 5 friends circled around the table, even Kiba going quiet as Naruto began to recount his meeting with the Hokage earlier that day. It was his first time traveling by Shushin. He felt cross-eyed, feet and legs foreign as they tried to find themselves while Naruto stumbled around the Hokage's office. Kakashi announced his departure with a single nod to the Hokage before disappearing into the office's shadows. Hiruzen shifted his sights toward the young cadet, who was beginning to collect his bearings. Noticing the Hokage's gaze on him, Naruto quickly conjured a more dignified posture, right hand fixed into a salute just above his brow. "At ease, Naruto," the Hokage called out, as he watched Naruto relax his stance and return to his more laid-back attitude. Hiruzen allowed himself a quick smile. Naruto's enthusiasm was infectious, if a little silly. Maybe he shouldn't have indulged the boy's mock fealty. It trivialized the burden of the hat to his young charge. He wondered if all Naruto saw of the position was a village-wide father figure, and he was more than a little shocked to realize he'd missed something so obvious. "I take it you have a great many questions you'd like answered." Naruto's smile and wide eyes constricted into a look of concentration. Hiruzen could hardly recall the last time he had seen the child so serious. Outside of the planning stages for one of his bi-monthly pranks, Naruto hardly allowed himself to focus on anything. He watched as Naruto grasped his chin with his right thumb and forefinger, stroking a non-existent beard as he tried to coalesce his feelings into a tangible thought. The seconds ticked by, eyes tight, lost in deliberation. It had been the longest Hiruzen had ever seen the boy so quiet. Crouching down, the blonde crossed one leg over the other and sat upon the Hokage's carpet, stilled and quiet. A minute passed, and another. The discreet, unoffending sound of his breathing was the only sign indicating that, yes, Uzumaki Naruto was indeed alive. As their meeting reached its 5th minute, Naruto finally unclenched his eyelids and gazed back at the Hokage. "Hokage Jiji," Naruto opened. Despite the hardened brow line and unwavering stare, Hiruzen could see Naruto's bottom lip quivering, fists clenched in attempt to stop his arms from quaking. "Who am I?" It was finally out in the open and frankly sooner than the Hokage would have liked. He could tell it had been a hard day. Hints of tar and grain coated his teeth, and the inside of his throat felt minced. He'd first picked up smoking during the first months of his first reign. Without a sensei to turn to, and with the stability of the shinobi world precarious at best, Hiruzen had found solace in a smoke with a side of solitude. "Gigi," Naruto creaked out, breaking the third out of his contemplation. He set his pipe down on his desk and beckoned the young boy to come join him on his side of the desk. Naruto stood, feet heavy with hesitance, uncertainty tingling through his legs and feeding doubt with every step he took toward the older man. Having finally made his way to the Hokage's side, he noticed a document, a half-inch thick, lying on top of a red folder. At the top left corner, he found a familiar set of blue eyes staring back at him, pearly white teeth gritted sloppily. "These are your papers from the orphanage, Naruto," Hiruzen began. Officially, Uzumaki Naruto is an orphan of unknown origin, born on the 10th of October in the wake of the worst disaster that had ever befallen the village. Parents unknown, he was found, miraculously unharmed, amidst the devastation the Kyuubi no Kitsune had wrought. He has no known connections to any living Konohans, and during the 6-month period since his discovery, no one has come forward to claim kinship to him. In accordance with Section 3.4b of the Shodame Hokage's first decrees, concerning the well-being of children of unknown origin, this child is to be made a ward of the state until the child reaches the rank of Chunin, or becomes an adult per the standards set by Konoha's Civilian Council. Per Section 3.4b, subsection I, the child will be named in honor of one Konoha's fallen clans, a memorial to the sacrifices of our comrades, and a charm with which the child may grow strong and one day rebuild that memory in his own image. The surname Uzumaki has been chosen to honor the long-standing friendship between the villages of Yuzushiogakure and Konohagakure. Per Section 3.4b, subsection 2, following the child's 9th birthday, he shall be offered enrollment into Konoha's Ninja Academy. The state shall see to it that any housing, dietary, or academic needs are sufficiently met until the time he reaches the rank of Chunin, or becomes an adult per the standards set by Konoha's civilian council. Uzumaki Naruto, age 6 months, has been deemed mature enough to be moved from the Konoha General Hospital nursery to a state-owned, civilian-run orphanage. By signing this form, the individual acknowledges the facts as communicated by this dossier and assumes ownership concerning the execution of the aforementioned responsibilities. Beneath the text were 2 names and signatures Naruto did not recognize. He sat still and kept his eyes focused on the Hokage. Were anyone to ask, that's the story, the Sarutobi patriarch imparted. Were any dignitary or foreign spy looking for information on Uzumaki Naruto, that is the sum total of your history. You appeared one day and here you are. Hiruzen's eyes scanned Naruto's, watching his periwinkle irises flit from left to right, scavenging the document for any sign that what the Hokage said hadn't been true. His eyes jerked back to the top, before Naruto grabbed the stack and flipped to the dossier's second page. His eyes jolted more sporadically across this page, the corners of his mouth creasing into a flat line as he poured past words and phrases beyond his comprehension. Naruto flipped the second page, nearly tearing it from the staple. The third page was just as confusing as the second, as was the fourth, and the fifth, until Naruto slammed the dossier down onto the Hokage's desk, crossing his arms across his chest and giving his full attention to the floor. So that's it then? His voice strained out. Naruto, Hiruzen called out. Naruto's eyes shifted, watching as the third began pulling a large bundle from beneath his desk. As he set the package out, the blonde noted how intricate the embroidery was. He could make out the snarling, ghoulish expression upon the face of the wind god, meandering curves stitched into wisps of wind, gathering around his mouth as he prepared to unleash another tempest upon the legion of approached ships. He could make out the gritted teeth and stinging eyes of the lone Uzumaki upon the bow, red leather scales dampened dark by the surging tides and red hair whipping freely in the wind as the warrior unleashed a whirlwind of his own from the large scroll unfurling in his left hand. You are only 2 years from graduating the academy, yet there's so much of the shinobi world you still don't understand. And to some degree, I'm happy we were able to shield you from that cruel truth. Let your generation have a longer childhood than any of your elders could have dreamed of having. Like most stories, Naruto, yours goes deeper than the first layer. We've just made it harder for anyone to make it past the cover story. I don't get it, Naruto interrupted. What's so special about me? Why can't I know where I come from? Because Naruto, the Hokage fired back. The stronger a shinobi, the more enemies he makes. Your young friend, Hinata, the heiress of a powerful and storied clan, was kidnapped at the age of 3, to be used as a broodmother for Kumogakure. Sasuke has been placed under 24-hour Umbu surveillance, to ensure that the last Uchiha is not kidnapped or killed by any foreign nations who have designs on their infamous Kekkai Jinaki. Imagine the kind of danger would befall the child who happened to be the last known Uzumaki. If 2 large nations took it upon themselves to raise a minor village over the threat they felt it posed, what do you think these countries would do to any stragglers they managed to find? What are you saying, Gigi? Naruto struck back. That the truth was kept from me to protect me? The dam finally broke. Naruto felt hot tears streak down his face, unable to care who saw his mask break. Do you know what it's been like? He pushed on. Wondering every night if my parents left me because they couldn't take care of me or because they just didn't want to. Wondering if I was irreplaceable to anyone. The only people I ever had were people everyone else had, he continued. Chuji, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Kiba all have their families. You have the village. Tuchi has Ayam and Irika has the class. But me? There's been no one for me. Hiruzen finally stood, embracing the young blonde as he let the emotions deluge his walls. The gesture only seemed to intensify the outpouring as the Jinchuriki let out a bellowing wail. Small arms finally returned the Hokage's embrace. As the wails turned to sniffles, and the tears ran dry, Hiruzen decided to finish his conversation with Boy. Naruto, the Hokage began. I know this has caused you a great amount of pain. I did what I thought was necessary to protect you from danger, and I won't apologize for that. Seeing you here has made me realize that I may have allowed myself to be negligent toward you, but I am also proud to see that despite this, you have still grown strong. For your 10th birthday, I want to give you a family keepsake. It was entrusted to me by Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, with the promise that I pass it on to whomever Konoha's head Uzumaki would be. Hiruzen picked up the satchel and placed it on his lap, allowing the blonde to inspect the heirloom. The blonde traced his hands along the broidery, hands lingering along the single clan member depicted in the tapestry. Moving onward, Naruto began to trace the crimson spiral that represented the Uzumaki clan. His eyes caught sight of 2 straps on either side of the emblem, each one ending in worn, golden buckles. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto tried prying the buckles open, but found them too strong to budge. "The pack is bound by a blood seal," the Hokage lectured. Taking one finger and placing it onto the satchel, Hiruzen sent a spark of chakra, revealing complex markings arranged in an array of telescoping circles and linear scribblings stemming from the clan's spiral. "Bite your thumb and swipe a drop of your blood across the spiral in front." Hesitating, Naruto took a deep breath before performing as requested. Naruto's eyes remained rivet on the buckles, watching as they peeled themselves open. Hiruzen placed the bag back on his desk, slowing the constants to spill out in front of them. Jars of ink, unused scrolls, and a single, leather-bound book freed themselves from the confines of the satchel. Naruto clasped each with an eager hand, his senses inspecting every aspect of his new-found treasures. As I'm sure Irika told you, the Uzumaki were far and away the greatest seal masters the world had ever known. Mito left this in the hopes that whoever the Uzumaki had stationed here would be able to continue that tradition. Naruto shifted his attention to the book, fingers delicately peeling back the cover and paging through its contents. Whether you choose to continue your family's legacy is entirely up to you. Having unlocked the blood seal, you now know that you are indeed a member of the legendary Uzumaki clan. However, Naruto, I ask that for your own sake, you do not reveal this information to anyone you do not feel can keep this secret. You are lucky that, unlike your other clan members, you do not share their telltale red hair color. You would have been harder to keep a secret had that been the case. For the first time since he had entered the office, Naruto's mood had morphed into determination, conviction filling his eyes. He turned toward the Hokage. Bending at the waist, Naruto bowed his head forward, allowing his forehead to come level with his knees. He held his position for several seconds, before finally coming back up to see the surprised look on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Welling with warmth, Naruto allowed his customary grin to return to him, before giving the Hokage a thumbs up. "Thanks for the gift, Hokage Jiji," he declared. "I'm not going to let my clan down." "One last gift for you, Naruto," the Hokage called out. He pulled one more item from his desk, a black, moleskin notebook absent of any distinguishing features. "This is the personal journal of Uzumaki Ashina, regarded by many as the strongest clan head the Uzumaki ever produced, and the subject of the tapestry on your satchel." Hiruzen turned the book over to Naruto, who placed it into the satchel with the rest of his newly acquired heirlooms. "It was discovered sometime after Mito's passing by one of my students, himself an accomplished seal master. It is not locked by a blood seal, but most of its contents are more philosophical and theoretical musings than secret techniques. I hope you put them all to good use." "No worries, hee. Naruto replied. "You can count on me." Hiruzen flicked his fore and middle fingers into the air, Kakashi flickering into existence moments later. "Fox, please return Naruto to his friends. I'm sure his absence has caused them an undue amount of worry." Kakashi gave the Hokage a simple nod as he marched over to Naruto, arm outstretched and ready to shushin him back. "Wait," Naruto called out to the Hokage. Hiruzen turned to him, anticipating his next question. "When the day comes that you finally make Chunin, Naruto, I will reveal to you everything concerning your legacy. I promise you that. Become strong, and be someone who can defend your clan from any forces that may threaten it." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Naruto stated, raising his right arm in salute. The Hokage gave a quick smile before nodding toward Kakashi. Dismissed. It had been several hours since the sun had hidden itself behind the Hokage mountain, and by Shikimura's estimation, it must have been around 10 in the evening. The 5, having been satisfied with Naruto's story, promised they would take his secret to their graves. Pouring out of the treehouse, the group departed toward their respective homes, promising to see each other first thing the following morning. Pajamas on and plush fox in hand, Naruto was all prepped for some shut-eye when he heard a knock at the door. Peering through his door's peephole, he could make out his scar-faced teacher, 2 purple boxes in hand and a party hat upon his head. "Happy birthday, Naruto," Irika called out, hoping to catch the blonde's attention. Unbolting his door, Naruto threw the door open and welcomed his mentor inside. "Sorry, it's a mess, Irika-sensei. I haven't had a chance to clean this week." Irika took a look at the mountain full of empty ramen cups and handful of filled trash bags around strewn about the apartment, and deduced that that was hardly the case. "Looks to me like it's been more than a month," he teased. Naruto puffed out his cheek in a pout before knocking a few stray ramen cups from his dining table and offering his sensei a seat. Irika placed the 2 purple boxes next to one another, opening the first one to reveal an orange frosted cake, decorated with the image of a fox. "I'm sorry I didn't get this one to you early, Naruto. A couple of things came up," Irika apologized. "No worries, Iruka-sensei. I've been busy most of the day too." He pulled out the Uzumaki satchel, pulling out the various objects and relaying to Irika the story of his encounter with the Hokage. "Well, that's a pretty big responsibility to take on for your birthday, Naruto," the scar-faced brunette responded. "But I'm sure you'll make your ancestors proud." "Hell yeah, I will. I can't wait to start practicing making seals. My pranks will become absolutely legendary, and there won't be anything you can do to stop me." Naruto caught a split-second tick in Irika's expression before the Chunin decided to nod and give him a mirthful smile. Shrugging it off, Naruto switched his attention to the second purple box Irika has brought with him. "So what else did you bring me, sensei?" Naruto pondered aloud as he reached for the box. Irika quickly snatched it and moved it out of his range. "I'm not sure I should give this to you now. I can't let you make everyone's lives harder if you plan to continue making your pranks more and more intricate." "Come on, Irika-sensei. I'm just kidding." Irika gave his young compatriot a faux glare, causing the blonde to sheepishly begin scratching the back of his head. "Okay, I'm mostly kidding." "Fine, Naruto," Irika relented with a sigh. "Just don't let this come back and bite me in the butt later." The Chunin handed the box to Blonde, who plopped it onto the dining table and tore the top open. "All right, just what I needed," the birthday boy exclaimed. Rummaging through, he found a brand new, master craftsman's level set of kunai and shuriken, several spools of ninja wire, and a new pair of black shinobi sandals. "I'm glad you like them," Irika expressed as he watched Naruto grab one of the kunai and launch it at a picture of Kiba on which he'd drawn a bullseye. Irika rolled his eyes as Naruto shot him a smile. As midnight approached, the two shared cake and a cup of tea before Irika informed Naruto it was time for him to go. As Naruto headed to open the door for the young man, Irika paused and called out to his young friend. "What's up, Irika-sensei?" Irika had spent several hours thinking of how to break the news to Naruto. The young Jinchuriki may be coarse in his delivery, but beneath his bravado, Naruto was still a 10-year-old boy, trying to find himself and his way through life. He had decided that being direct was the only way he could do this, particularly considering how dense his young charge could be from time to time. "Come next week, I will no longer be teaching at the academy." Both figures silently stared at one another, Naruto searching Irika for evidence of some ersatz emotion, revealing what he'd said to be a huge joke. "Don't kid around," Naruto started. "I'm not kidding, Naruto," he responded. "By the Hokage's orders, come Monday, I will be back on active duty." "That doesn't make any sense," Naruto shot back. "Why would Hokage force you out of the academy? What would you have to be punished for?" Naruto trailed off as he realized the full scale of the consequences of the most important day of his life. "But Hokage said everything was okay. As long as I only tell you and the others, I should still be safe." Irika exhaled, searching for an explanation. "I am not being punished for the consequences of my actions, Naruto. I am being punished for going against an order from the Hokage. And as a shinobi of the Leaf Village, there is no higher authority than the word of the Hokage." "But you can't just leave," I finally find out I belong to a family, and then you get taken away the same day? What am I supposed to do? None of the other teachers give shit about me, and most would rather see me fail out than become a decent shinobi? How can I hope to reform my clan and become Hokage if I can't even get someone to teach me the proper taijutsu stance, or the proper way to throw a shuriken? Hell, it's a miracle I can even throw a kunai straight. Irika permitted himself a laugh at the last phrase, though he quickly moved to assuage the young boy's worries. Hokage-sama has a plan, Naruto. He strictly assigned me as your primary teacher because he trusted me to watch over you. He wouldn't send me out if he could not ensure that you would be getting the proper education while I'm gone. Naruto squinted his eyes at the Chunin and frowned, still apprehensive concerning the latest turn of events. Do you at least know when you'll be back? He asked. Irika shook his head in the negative. Whenever Hokage-sama deems me to have spent the respective time out in the field atoning for my indiscretion. Naruto's apprehension turned to full-blown frustration, grabbing another shuriken and launching it at his Kiba-themed dartboard. Gah! Naruto interjected. This sucks. Yes, Naruto, it does, but I have to pay the consequences for my actions. This is just another fact of shinobi life. That doesn't make it fair. But either way, we have to accept it. Naruto relented, knowing that Irika was right. This was the life they had both chosen for themselves. And while it would give them the strength to forge their own paths, it also brought an intimate knowledge of loss that few outside of their ranks would experience. Are you leaving tonight? Naruto questioned. Irika gave him a small, lopsided smile and nodded in the affirmative. My team leaves for the Taki border tonight. Naruto frowned and shuttered his eyes, swallowing the knot forming in his throat. He quickly composed himself and rushed Irika, pulling the Chunin into a hug. Watching Kiba and Hinata, I'd always wondered what it was like to have a sibling. Thanks so much for being a big brother to me, Irika-sensei. Irika felt blood rush to his cheeks, and felt glad that Naruto wasn't quite able to see it. Don't worry about me. I'll be back to teaching before you know it. Pulling back from his young charge, Irika gave him one last smile before he made his way to the door. Opening it outward, he felt it drag an object underneath its weight, the crunch of cardboard tearing echoing down the open corridors of the apartment complex. Looking down, Irika noticed a small crumpled box trapped beneath. Pulling it out, he noticed the box was thin but long, about 3 feet in length. Underneath, Irika noted a light blue note tacked on. Naruto stepped out through the entrance, looking left and right to see if he could catch any trace of the package's prior owner. Irika handed the note over to the blonde, who turned on the porch light in order to get a better look. Happy birthday, 10th birthday, Naruto. Naruto flipped the card, finding there was nothing written on the other side, and nothing to indicate the identity of the author. Inspecting the package for any booby traps, Irika ascertained that the box was harmless and handed it over to Naruto. Without wasting a moment, Naruto tore into the package, bare hands ripping the cardboard down the middle. Hitting the ground with a light thud, Naruto proceeded to turn on the hall light, revealing a black sheath with a flat handle wrapped in black bandage. It's a tanto, Irika observed, picking the blade up and handing the object to Naruto. Pulling back the sheath revealed a spotless, steel blade. Before Naruto could test out his new toy's edge, Irika slipped the sheath back over, causing Naruto to pout in protest. Come on, Irika-sensei, he shouted. I've got all of this neat stuff I've just got to try out. You can wait until tomorrow, Naruto. You should get some sleep. It's the weekend, and you're going to have the next 2 days to try out all of your new presents. Naruto snatched the blade away from the Chunin, sticking his tongue out in the process. Irika crossed his arms and gave Naruto a pointed stare. The younger boy sighed, wordlessly relenting before taking the tanto and placing it with the rest of his newly acquired gifts. Who do you think it's from? The blonde asked. Irika shrugged. Hard to say. They didn't exactly leave a calling card, did they? Naruto scowled, shaking his head in frustration. Too many mysteries today, Irika-sensei. Can't anyone just be direct? Irika smiled, happy to see that the boy had returned to good spirits. Stepping out into the porch, he turned back to Naruto with one last observation. Whoever it is, it's safe to stay that you've got one more person looking out for you. He grinned and gave the blonde a thumbs up, who returned the gesture before shutting the door. Lingering, Irika gave one last look before he set off to prepare for his mission. He was not confident this wouldn't be the last time knocking on the young boy's door. /N. It's been a damn long while since I've written anything, and this took a while to get on paper. I'm a bit rusty, and this probably needs more editing, but if I don't get it out, I'm afraid I'll take forever just to get it perfect. A few things before anyone decides they'd like to continue reading this story. I'm inconsistent with my usage of honorifics. I'll try to get more consistent, but no promises. My general rule is to give priority to the flow of the phrase. I really hated the god-tier level fighting in the last part of Naruto. Even when QB-powered Naruto Deus Ex Machina'd himself to victory early on, there was at least some level of tactical forethought going on. Speaking of god-tier, the Kagaya and Zetsu reveal was some weak-ass writing. I don't plan on including any version of that in this FIC. I'll mostly end up sticking to canon pairings. I think Hinata is fucking awesome, and Kishimoto poorly utilized her. Actually, Kishimoto poorly utilized a number of his characters. Shino not making it past Chunin. Sakura practically being wasted even though she's the lead girl. And let's not even get started on fucking Niji. He deserved way better than that. RIP. I have a general outline for how the structure of this FIC will go, so I'll actually know what I'm doing with the FIC for once. That being said, I have my hands full with my new job, so updates will usually not come less than a week apart. If you see my list of favorites, you'll see that I've been on this site for a damn long fucking time. In that time, I've absorbed a countless number of fics, many of which I've only subscribed to. If you feel like I've ripped off an idea of yours, please let me know. In all honesty, there are a ton of you, whose pen names I sadly can't keep straight, who have acted as an inspiration for this FIC. Thank you for making me laugh, cry, cheer, and vomit at random hours of the day for the last decade and a half. This community is awesome. With that, thank you for reading the first chapter of Once Upon a Time in Konoha. I hope not to disappoint, and I hope you're kind enough to leave a review afterward. Flame, criticism, whatever. It's the first time in a while I've written, and I need all of the criticism I can get. If he were to be honest with himself, he didn't know what he expected. But he would have thought that, after 2 years, something about the front gates would have changed. He didn't mean that as an insult. He had to crane his neck as far back as he could to even see the top of the familiar mint green doors. Those planks were large enough to overcome even the most towering of the forest's trees, casting long, foreboding shadows that loomed large over any potential adversaries. Yet when he first stepped under the smothering penumbra of Konoha's gates, the apprehension he'd felt was not concocted from feelings of diminution or terror, but from anxiety. Because while Konoha's perennial gates showed no signs of change over the last 2 years, he was certain that the people inside, the people he cared about, most definitely had. They would have changed into people he didn't recognize, with chapters to their lives that he had missed being a part of. The people he loved inhabited the same bodies, but could they even be the same people? What new loves, quarrels, friendships, and resentments had they found? How had it changed them? And he had to admit he too was different. But while here in the village, people had sparked romances, started families, welcomed grandchildren, started careers, or accomplished lifelong goals, out there, in the field, all he did was escape from one misery to move into the next. He'd only known his latest teammates for 4 months, which was an adequate amount of time to assess that, yes, these guys knew how to survive, and no, it wouldn't be a waste of time getting to know them. That had been the hardest aspect of getting reacquainted to the field. Getting used to the idea that the guy right next to you today might be the one in a coffin tomorrow. For the first 3 months, he'd made the mistake of befriending every single shinobi he worked with. Friendliness was in his nature. He was a teacher after all. But as the deaths piled up, the cynicism began to corrode his idealism, and before he knew it, he'd sunk into a deep depression. He didn't like anything. He didn't like anyone. He didn't like himself. He especially didn't like himself. And unfortunately, that was the person he spent all his time with. His self-pity, self-loathing, and preoccupation had its cost. He had let himself get distracted, and in that split second of lost awareness, one of AIM's missing nin was able to trigger a set of explosive seals that had been buried under the ground his team had been occupying. Unable to deploy his barrier in time, 3 of his teammates perished in the blast, and the young Chunin whom he had taken as an understudy ended up losing a leg. Irika had initially cursed his luck that it hadn't been him who the blast had taken. But as his maimed comrade lay in bed, smiling and thankful that Irika had saved the rest of him, he couldn't help but be reminded of the blonde knucklehead he'd left behind, the one who he had promised to make it back to Konoha alive. A year had passed, and he'd entirely expected to be pulled from active duty. He was no good at it, and he served his village best within the confines of the academy, encouraging young cadets, and instilling in them the values of the will of fire. But his commanding officer, a jounin by the name of Senkaku, had informed him that as a specialist in barriers, he was far too important to their operations to be sent back home. The Hokage had granted Senkaku's request to have Irika stay for another year, by which time a proper replacement could be found. And for that full year, it was only the promise of seeing Naruto again that had given him that extra inch in the face of death. The thought of those periwinkle eyes, alone, tears spilling at the sight of his grave, pushed him to drag out those last bits of chakra he didn't know he'd had, or muster the strength to breathe when his entire sight had gone black. A full year out in the field had let him reflect on a life he had been too close to appreciate. He'd become comfortable with the routine of academy life, complacent with the safety and sense of duty the position had provided him. But that comfort had left him blind to the fact that, despite the accolades he'd been awarded, or the respect he'd been given, he'd never truly had a reprieve from the loneliness he'd felt since his parents' death. Naruto had been a breath of fresh air, and without realizing it, he'd come to see the prankster more as kin than as his student. And so, every time death's grim specter hovered close, it was the memory of that toothy, Cheshire grin that forced Irika to dig 1 inch deeper than he'd thought he had and rip victory from the jaws of defeat. Irika would realize that that level of tenacity came with a price. He'd never been as close to death as he'd been 5 months ago when, on the border with Takigakure, the team had been ordered to protect the Fire Daimyo's daughter from bandits. A missing nin from the hidden waterfall had decided he would like to ransom the girl back to her father and attacked the team right as they crossed back into the land of fire. As Irika's luck would have it, the nin's abilities were quite exotic. He could burst into water droplets and coalesce back together at will. The nin had managed to defeat one of his team's jounin by forcing himself down the other man's throat and reforming himself within different parts of the man's vital organs. He'd never seen another man desiccate from blood loss, but the poor jounin had been so mangled from the inside out that the amount of fluid released in his brain had forced the eyeballs to pop out of his sockets. The 4 were fighting a losing battle, the 3 chunin and single jonin becoming tangled and uncoordinated while the missing nin dispersed and reformed around their attacks. Shinta, one of the team's recent recruits, caught that the shinobi would always fully reform within 10 seconds. Deducing the limits of their opponent's ability, Shinta shouted out to Senkaku, but found himself immediately preyed upon by their enemy. The observation had cost him his life, as the man dispersed and shoved himself down Shinta's throat while the Konoha nin relayed the information. Condensing, the man ruptured Shinta's throat and lungs, killing the chunin instantly. Their 3rd teammate was dispatched soon after, having overextended during a strike and leaving enough time for the missing nin to bury a kunai in his heart. 3 men down, Irika and Senkaku were left with no teammates and no other backup to fight the missed man from Taki. Targeted by the missing nin next, and too slow to prevent him from slipping through, the man had gotten inside Irika's barrier and was rapidly coalescing with the intention of suffocating the scar-faced chunin. Stretched to his wit's end, sheer insanity took hold of Irika as he tightened the size of the barrier and decided to boil his enemy and himself by releasing a B-level fire jutsu within the cramped confines of the chakra dome. Irika had poured so much chakra into the technique that his barrier cracked under the pressure, exploding outward and leaving the chunin with a plethora of 2nd and 3rd degree burns. His opponent was none the better, as the droplets that had been boiled off of him had left him with a greatly slowed regenerative capability. Wasting no time, Senkaku forced whatever chakra he had remaining into his right fist, condensing it into a screeching ball of white plasma. Driving his hand into the half-liquid form of his opponent, Senkaku cut off any chakra he had been using to condense and stabilize the orb. A fireball erupted, consuming the mist man and boiling away all that remained of him. Following a heroic, 5-hour operation which left 2 of the base's 3 medic means suffering from near-total chakra depletion, Irika had pulled through. When Senkaku came to visit the Scarface Chunin the next day, he presented Irika with an immediate field promotion to Tokubetsu Jounin and offered to put in a good word with the Hokage. Senkaku passed the newly promoted Irika a manila folder, informing him that he had put in orders to transfer him back to Konoha as soon as he had finished recovering. He wished he had protested that stipulation. Recovering from muscle and near-total skin loss was an endeavor of its own, especially so far away from civilization. For 4 months, he had been stuck in rehabilitation. Irika's attack had burned away several layers of muscle, which the medic mean had had to replace through the use of autologous cell grafting and forced chakra maturation. Though his skills in chakra manipulation had not dulled, his strength and agility had regressed significantly. Senkaku had taken out him of the field, deeming him a liability, and had the ex-teacher doing resistance training several hours a day. Senkaku had even called in a favor to have the infamous Might Guy spend his non-mission time with them, personally assisting in Irika's convalescence. 2 months of daily hand-walking later, and Guy had determined that Irika had returned to a most youthful state. But in those 2 months, side by side, Guy and Irika had developed a mutual respect for one another's philosophies. So moved was Guy by Irika's determination to spread the will of fire, and enthusiasm Irika had hoped Guy would tone down, that Guy decided to give Irika a crash course in taijutsu. For the remaining 2 months, Guy would spar Irika 3 times per week, with the remaining time to be dedicated to working through katas and following Guy's own training regimen. Though grueling, Irika found that he could not argue with the results. Irika felt stronger and more vibrant than he had at any previous point in his life. He found his movements more fluid, each combination flowing much more naturally than it had before the incident. He almost felt thankful for his brush with death. Having to relearn the basics had let him overcome old flaws and bad habits, and he was all the better for it. Though nowhere near a match for Guy, Irika had found he was starting to catch up to his commanding officer. During one spar, he had been able to use the headhunter technique to bury the poor fool neck deep into the earth. Senkaku had deemed it the last spar they would have. As a parting gift, the older Jounin had presented Irika with a bottle of Fire Cognac Reserve, a highly revered liquor from the daimyo's personal collection. Flustered, the Tokubetsu Jounin tried vehemently to deny the gift, but as Senkaku noted, he'd probably be needing a drink sooner rather than later. The job would only be getting tougher, and he'd appreciate the bottle in either celebration or remorse. With a firm handshake, the two bid each other farewell, leaving Irika melancholy, but ready to pick up the pieces of his life. Seeing those unchanged gates, Irika knew that while his apprehension was not unfounded, there was always something that made this place feel like home. It permeated everything in the hidden village. It had been hammered into him by his own academy teachers and reinforced by his parents' sacrifice in the face of a force of nature. He had passed that on to his own students, who used it to lift up one another and bring out the best in each other. It was that extra inch he'd felt on the brink of death so many times out in the field for the last 2 years, and it was that same inch that made the Hokage the most feared of the 5 shadows. It was Konoha's will of fire, and after so long, it finally welcomed Irika home. As the doors creaked open, Irika took one last look back at the world beyond the gates, thankful that the experience had forced him to grow, but happy to be back right where he belonged. A thundering pound ripped him from unconsciousness. Came rapid fire, 3 beats, a pause and 3 more beats. His eyes creaked open, the realization dawning that the sound was coming from his front door. Naruto shot up and shifted his sight to the nightstand on the right. He traced the power cord down to the floor, observing that at some point earlier in the morning, he'd knocked the alarm clock over. Cogs and wires littered the floor, and Naruto cursed the shattered remains. The pounding came again. Bam, bam, bam. Naruto. Bam, bam, bam. You were supposed to meet us at the training field 30 minutes ago. Grabbing an orange pair of shorts from his drawer, Naruto rushed to the front door, worried his friend's antics would earn him another noise complaint. Naruto tore the door back, leading Kiba to knock the blonde-haired shinobi-to-be in the face. Naruto narrowly missed grabbing the Inuzuka's fist, pulling him in and flipping him into a sleeper hold. Could you quiet down, dog breath? I've got neighbors who'd be more than happy to put in a complaint to my landlord, and you're on the verge of getting me in trouble. Akamaru leapt out from the inside of Kiba's jacket, teeth nibbling at the Jinchuriki's arm. Taking advantage of Akamaru's diversion, Kiba sent a soft elbow to Naruto's flank, causing the blonde to release his hold on the dog user. Kiba spun and pushed Naruto back, putting distance between the two. You know, this wouldn't be a problem if you'd actually shown up on time, idiot, the dog nin started in. Doesn't give you the right to bang on my door and drag your dirty paws all over my floor, Kiba. Naruto gave his back to his rival as he grabbed a mop from his storage closet and began wiping up the tracks the Inuzuka had carelessly dragged in. Even Akamaru's civilized enough to not leave dog tracks as a guest in someone else's house, Naruto quipped. In their scramble, Naruto had failed to notice the ever-present Hinata Hyuga, who blushed furiously in the doorway as she took in Naruto's shirtless, toned form. You gonna invite the lady in NAR? Kiba called out, a small blush forming across the blonde's face as he noticed her staring at him. Oh, sorry, Haim, Naruto apologized, rubbing the back of his with a hint of embarrassment. I know you're kinda modest. Let me go throw a shirt on real quick. Naruto propped his mop against the closet's door handle, nonchalantly pushing the door to his bedroom behind him as he began to rummage through his dresser for his favorite shirt. So, Kiba started in a low voice, you ever gonna tell him? Hinata's face turned an Uzumaki red as she stuttered out her reply. Please don't start this here, Kiba-kun. He might overhear. Kiba smirked to himself. Whatever you say, Haim-chan. Hinata's face couldn't possibly get redder, but she'd felt her cheeks burning even hotter than earlier. She quickly took a seat next to Kiba, burying her head in her hands as she tried to hold back her ever-spiraling embarrassment. Kiba, satisfied with his daily matchmaking, turned his attention to the friendly blonde. I still can't believe you actually mopped up my grime, he called out to the young Jinchuriki. Scratch that. I can't believe this place is so organized. I don't see any lone ramen cups strewn on the floor. Rule number 1 of Uzumaki Ashina, the blonde replied through the door. Organization and preparation are a seal master's best friend, Kiba droned back. Jesus, that journal did a number on you. Naruto kicked the door open, a small crimson satchel in one hand, a bag of trash in the other, and a paintbrush held between his teeth. A navy blue shirt covered his torso, with a red band wrapped around the sleeve of his left arm. You should try a little organization sometime, Kiba, Naruto growled out between grit teeth. He opened the back door out to his balcony, tossing the trash bag down into the apartment complex's lone dumpster. It did wonders for me. Yeah, certainly turned you into a tight ass. No wonder Sasuke and you have started to get along. At least I have a tight ass, dog breath. Kiba got up, ready to clap back when Hinata cried out between muffled hands. B-boys, I can't take any more of this. Can we please just go? Akamaru barked in agreement, skittering over to the young Hyuga in a show of solidarity. Unable to say no to the both of them, Kiba chuckled and pointed his thumb towards the door. Sorry, Haim-chan. Old habits die hard. Naruto gave her the patented Uzumaki grin, unknowingly exacerbating the situation. Hinata nodded, bolting to the door and throwing it open, making her escape before Naruto could see the blush that had blossomed across her face. Akamaru soon followed after, the young pup eager to engage in a game of tag with his second favorite human. You know, NAR, Kiba said as he crossed the threshold to front porch. No matter how much you've changed, it's always nice to see how dense you still are. He bolted off, running past Hinata as Naruto scrambled to lock the door behind him. Shoving the jangling fox-shaped keychain into his pocket, Naruto gave chase to his childhood friend. No matter how much some people grow up, there are some things that just never change. Geez dobe, 45 minutes late. Sasuke jabbed as he saw the Inuzuka, Uzumaki, Hyuga and Akamaru enter the training field. That's not like you. You obviously didn't know, pre-journal Naruto, Sasuke-kun. Kiba jabbed back. Sasuke clicked his tongue and focused his attention on Naruto, rolling his eyes at the bait the dog nin had laid out for him. You're gonna have to try harder, dog breath. Sasuke replied. Smirking at the rise he got out of the now heated Inuzuka. You're not even worth a warm-up spar, he shot back, moving in for the kill. Let me knock this team down a few pegs, Kiba. Naruto cut in. You can have the seconds. Seeing the distraction, Sasuke decided to make his move, somersaulting backward and launching a string of 5 kunai at the blonde. Naruto drew a scroll from his crimson satchel, unfurling and whipping it at the wave of offending weapons. The scroll sucked each of them in, before Naruto snapped the scroll shut and backflipped to avoid an oncoming hail of fireballs. Like Sasuke had expected, Naruto had dodged towards Sasuke's left in order to avoid the barrage. Firing through 6 hand seals, the Uchiha prodigy lifted his hands to his lips before expelling a ball of fire from his throat.
Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu.
The Naruto in front of him burst into a puff of smoke, prompting Sasuke to reflexively deliver a kick behind him, catching the real Naruto in the abdomen and pushing him back. Grabbing Naruto's outstretched hand, Sasuke flipped the blonde over his shoulder and thrust him into the ground, causing the Jinchuriki to expel a lungful of air out in a gasp. Pressing his advantage, Sasuke wrapped his legs around Naruto's grasped right arm and threw himself on the ground, placing the Uzumaki in an arm bar. Naruto was at his most dangerous when his writing hand was still in play, so Sasuke had made it priority number 1 to neutralize that threat. Even without his right arm, Naruto wasn't helpless. Breaking out a scroll from his left pocket, Naruto opened it and unleashed a gust of wind from its contents, sending both boys flying off of the ground. Rule number 1 of Uzumaki Naruto: always have a plan straight out of left field. But having sparred with the blonde for the last year and a half, Sasuke knew that if Naruto was nothing else, he was crafty. For good measure, Sasuke had wrapped ninja wire around the Uzumaki's right hand, allowing him to always be in taijutsu range. Coiling the wire around his fist, the Uchiha yanked the cable as hard as he could, destabilizing the Uzumaki as he landed, causing the blonde to trip and hit the ground face first. As he began to stand up, Sasuke was immediately upon him, grabbing the back of Naruto's head with his left hand and bringing it down on his knee. Naruto slipped his hand between his nose and Sasuke's knee, cushioning his face from the full extent of the damage. Naruto held onto the knee, pushing it back just enough to destabilize the Uchiha and causing him to fall backward. Wire slack, Naruto used his right hand release the scroll fastened to his right hip, unleashing the barrage of kunai Sasuke had launched at him earlier. No time to dodge, Sasuke raised his own kunai and parried 2 of the oncoming projectiles away from his body. Too late, he noticed that the general trajectory of the kunai hadn't been toward him, but the ninja wire that connected the blonde and brunette. Sasuke cursed, having lost the hard-fought advantage he'd had over the wily Uzumaki. The Uchiha was surprised at how formidable Naruto had become over the last several months. Sasuke had never tired out this quickly during one of their spars, and this time, the blonde was really making him feel it. Sasuke took stock of his reserves. Usually, he had enough chakra for 4 fire jutsu before he was left with just enough for basic functions. He had to think on the fly. Giving Naruto time was a losing strategy, and the one absolute advantage he had over the blonde was in taijutsu. Closing the distance, Sasuke dug 2 kunai out from his pouch and flipped them into a reverse grip. He swiped mercilessly at Naruto, preventing the aspiring seal master from reaching for his brush. Sasuke had left just enough of an opening to bait Naruto into aiming a punch straight at his face. The blonde took it hook, line, and sinker, launching a wild punch where Sasuke's face should have been. The brunette leaned back, aiming a kick that launched the blonde Jinchuriki into the air. Recognizing that this was the best chance he would get, the Uchiha flew through the 6 hand seals for the Gokakyu no Jutsu, launching a flame straight at the blonde. As the first fireball shot out toward Naruto, Sasuke ran through the same 6 seals again, aiming a bit lower. However, as he brought his hands to his mouth, the jutsu caught in his throat and petered out. Fuck, how'd he run out of chakra already? Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke caught the green glow of seal array tattooed on his knee. Zapping it with a tiny spark of chakra, the array decayed into singed, peeling ink. Sasuke felt his reserve stabilize, and he realized that Naruto had gotten him with a draining seal. Naruto had never slapped him with a seal in the middle of a fisticuffs, but he figured the blonde would eventually have to get around his weakness to taijutsu somehow. However, as unexpected as that trick was, Sasuke wasn't called a prodigy for nothing. Even when his first plan had failed, he had already had a backup unfolding. In the scramble of their earlier grapple, Sasuke had pocketed one of Naruto's most reliable tools, his single medium-sized scroll, the only one he had that could absorb the Gokaku no Jutsu. Stranded in midair, a scorching missile of fire flying at his face, Naruto's bag of tricks lay empty, Sasuke's plan coalescing into a checkmate. But Sasuke's confidence turned to concern when, as the fireball approached, Naruto's face did not betray an inch of panic. If he didn't know any better, he'd say that Naruto was actually smirking? The expression didn't look quite right on Naruto. Maybe they needed to hang out less. In the distance, Sasuke could see Naruto bringing his hands together, running through 4 different hand seals. Wait, what the hell did Naruto know that required hand seals? Bringing his hands to his lips, a torrent of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, drowning out the fireball and heading right for the last Uchiha. That crafty bastard. That was the last thing I expected. Making a note that Naruto had now added water jutsu to his arsenal, Sasuke braced himself for the oncoming deluge. He was swept off his feet and carried several meters back by the unrelenting stream. Coughing, and with only enough chakra to prevent him from fainting, Sasuke signaled his surrender. The stream stopped, as he heard an ecstatic Naruto whoop over the hard-earned victory. "That's another win for me, Sasuke team," the blonde cried out. "Before you know it, I'll have evened up the odds." "Hey Naruto-chan," Kiba called out from below. "What was it Uzumaki Ashina used to say about gloating after a win?" "Bite me, dog breath," the blonde yelled, making his way towards Sasuke and offering the brunette a hand. "Rule number 3 of Uzumaki Ashina," Kiba hollered back out. "Always be gracious in victory." Sasuke ignored the proffered hand, using his knees as support and pushing himself up from the ground. "Shit, I'm still working on that one, alright?" Naruto argued. Though Sasuke had ignored the hand up earlier, Naruto extended his hand for a quick shake. "Thanks for the battle, team." Sasuke glanced at the hand, weighing his options. The blonde had grown on him, but he still wasn't much for shows of affection. Even handshakes. He left the Uzumaki hanging, instead deciding to stare him right in the eye. "Maybe once you're really my equal," he bit out. Naruto took back his hand and flashed Sasuke a thumbs up. "So at the rate I'm going, I can expect one in the next few months?" Naruto hit back. "Alright lovebirds, it's my turn," Kiba interrupted. He walked up to the drenched Uchiha, taking up a fighting stance. "You ready, Sasuke? Or are you gonna wimp out on me?" he taunted. "You must be an undiscovered level of stupid to think I'd be up for a fight right now," Sasuke clapped back. Kiba reached into one of the pockets of his utility belt, grabbing a spherical red pill and tossing it out to Sasuke. Fighting Kiba didn't push him as much as fighting Naruto, but he did offer the Uchiha a better taijutsu sparring partner. Relenting, he swallowed the soldier pill, feeling his reserves fill back up to full. He took up a more defensive stance than the one he used against Naruto, legs slightly bent and ready to absorb any attack the Inuzuka could throw at him. "Alright, Inuzuka, let's see what you and your dog are made of." He hadn't seen the Hokage since that fateful afternoon several years ago, and the last memory he had of the man was anything but pleasant. He didn't resent the man. He'd brought this fate upon himself. But every time he thought back to that moment in the tower, he remembered being inundated by the man's killing intent, drowning in a situation beyond his comprehension. It was the hardest lesson he'd had to learn during his time as a shinobi. Be very careful of what you wade into. Danzo had hinted that there was something much deeper than Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, and it had pushed Hiruzen into angriest fit Iruka had ever witnessed. He had been too preoccupied over the last 2 years to give the situation much thought, and even now, he'd rather not poke the proverbial bear lest he find his way back into more unexpected trouble. Iruka gave the door a quick knock, and was beckoned in by the Hokage's warm, familiar voice. Gathering himself, he pushed out the last of his anxieties with a quick exhale and made his way through the door. There he sat, the architect of his misery, Irika thought with a hint of sarcasm. It was fitting that the Hokage, much like the village's walls, showed no evidence of change since he'd last seen him. Unlike his previous visit, the third's gaze was soft, the corners of his lips inching upward into a mirthful smile. "Please." The Hokage gestured toward the chair opposite his side of the desk. "Irika, take a seat." As the scar-faced shinobi made his way to Hiruzen, he took of the changes he noted in Irika's appearance. His steps were measured, as though everyone could be the inch between life and death. Whereas Irika had previously stood ever so slightly hunched forward, he now jutted his chest over so slightly forward. His easygoing demeanor sharpened into self-respect and self-awareness. Hiruzen noted the bandages that coursed up his arms, disappearing beneath the short sleeves of his shirt, no doubt covering the scars left as a result of the marathon surgery performed to save his life. His eyes were a touch harder, wonder having been replaced resolve, a transition many a shinobi undergo on their way to the upper echelon of skill. Despite all of this, Irika's breath still betrayed a very tiny rattle as he first stepped into the room, no doubt from the anxiety of the first meeting in 2 years. Were he in Irika's shoes, he might be scared too. However, as he made his way closer to the Hokage, Irika's confidence began returning. Happy to have traversed the first stage of their reunion, Irika made his way to the proffered seat with calm, practiced steps. "I'm glad to see you in good health," the Hokage opened. "Senkaku's report left me worried that your disability would be permanent. Not many a shinobi survive that level of damage, let alone come back stronger from it." Irika shuddered, remembering having his skin and muscles seared until they revealed the bone buried beneath. His nerves had been so agitated by the blast that could feel the electrical signals shoot up his spine, screaming to his brain that this was about to hurt very, very badly. "I was lucky, Hokage-sama," Irika responded, pushing the memory back into his subconscious. "The medic nin at the Taki outpost were my salvation, and I could not have recovered without the support of Senkaku-san and Gai-san." Hiruzen gave Irika a quick nod before turning his attention to the set of papers before him. He opened the top file on his desk, flipping through the pages until he landed on what seemed to be his most recent field report. "Senkaku gave you a field promotion to Tokubetsu Jounin, sending his recommendation that I make it permanent." The Hokage began flipping forward through his file, reading the reports in reverse order. "Given the hardships you've overcome, in particular having taken down a variety of dangerous missing nin and protecting Konoha's interests abroad, I would be hard-pressed not to concur with your commanding officer's assessment. Congratulations, Yumino Irika, on your promotion to Tokubetsu Jounin. I trust you will fulfill your new responsibilities with the same aplomb you've shown as a Chunin." Hiruzen stood, with Irika following the third's lead. Bringing his right hand to his brow, the Hokage saluted the officially minted Tokubetsu Jounin, who returned it with a fierceness he had not exhibited 2 years ago. Hiruzen released his salute, Irika following suit. Picking up a green folder from his desk, he handed over to the younger man. "Before I go briefing you on your new assignment, I believe a reorientation is in order," the Hokage began. "Come, let's go visit your old place of employment." The 3 cadets made their way down Main Street, pushing past the weekend's busy shoppers, trying to make it across town in time for their meeting with Ino and Sakura. It was rare for the group to visit the Konoha Public Library, but once word had spread amongst the group that Naruto was going to be doing some historical research into Konohan clan histories, the class gossip invited herself onto their little expedition. Something about never missing an opportunity to be the first to hear, spread, the latest in the village's juiciest news. And it was a rare moment when Ino didn't drag her pink-haired brainiac of a best friend along. Though Sakura wouldn't admit to it, the story of the Uzumaki clan had tickled her hunger for a good mystery. That, and since Naruto had dropped his obsessive compulsion to nag a date out of her, she'd found the blonde to actually be pleasant company. That was another thing she'd never admit publicly. Kiba and Sasuke's unscheduled spar had left the trio running behind schedule, and the boys had elected to Hinata group leader. The Byakugan wielder cut through the congested streets on their way to the east side of town. Akamaru had taken up residence in Hinata's jacket, seeking respite from the frustrated rantings of his human partner. Kiba let out another curse as he found himself stubbing his toe against another rock, falling a few steps behind as he paused to catch his balance. The ice pack he held to his right had been obscuring his vision, but he'd rather suffer the indignity of a few stubbed toes than letting the bruise get any bigger. Underneath, Kiba could feel the dull ache of the shiner Sasuke had left behind, courtesy of a left-handed hook the Uchiha had hidden behind a veil of fire from his Gokakyu no Jutsu. Damn it! What a time to head to the library! Kiba cried out in frustration. I should be using this time to train with my clan. I can't let that bastard keep beating me like this. Kiba yelled, tossing his ice pack on the ground while the crowd parted, giving the Inuzuka a wide berth to vent his frustrations. Lost in self-pity, the distracted dog user slipped on his own ice pack, flung into the air and falling flat on his back. Shit! His cheeks burned rosy with embarrassment, the gaff adding insult to injury. Akamaru hopped out from the inside of Hinata's jacket and swiftly bounded over to his partner. Hinata halted her run, looking back towards the dog user. Kiba laid there, in the middle of the busy street, no dams to give as the crowd fumbled around his collapsed form. The Ninken nudged his partner's cheek, a short, high-pitched whine emitting from his mouth as he licked the young cadet's face. Kiba slowly reached over, half-heartedly scratching the top of Akamaru's head. The dog inched closer, and Kiba wrapped his arms lightly around his small frame. It's not your fault, boy, he whispered to his friend. It just feels like I haven't made any progress at all. Why you shouldn't compare yourself to Sasuke like that, Kiba-kun, Hinata opined. Why you wouldn't be the third best in our class if why you weren't improving. Third best is just second loser, Kiba replied, standing up and dusting the dirt off his shorts. Even Naruto is starting to turn up the win ratio against Sasuke. What do you mean even Naruto? Dog breath? Naruto replied as he joined the group. Kiba sent an irritated glare at Naruto, eyes narrowed and a sigh escaping from his lips. He looked away, staring at the small pile of golden-tinged leaves circling the base of a nearby tree. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to imagine you two would be duking it out for Rookie of the Year. Hell, you were at the bottom of the class. Kiba turned away from his friend group, plopping himself down on a nearby bench and watching a burst of cool autumn breeze blow away the pile of leaves. Then you got that journal and everything changed. You started paying attention in class. You started beating Chuji in spars. Your apartment was spotless, and you even started joining Shikamaru for shogi after class. Kiba turned his gaze back to his friends, their eyes silently staring back, mouths slight agape, lost for words. Kiba smirked to himself. He would have never expected that out of Naruto. I guess that's the world's wake-up call, Kiba pondered aloud, picking himself up and walking back toward his friends. If hard work can turn a loser like you into a Rookie of the Year material, it should do wonders for me. Naruto grinned, giving his rival their customary thumbs up. Kiba gave a grin back, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Sorry NAR, but I'ma go home and get some training with my mom in. She's been hounding me to take things more seriously, and it's about time I did. Kiba pivoted back toward Main Street, Akamaru following closely behind. Besides, fourth-year assignments go out in 2 days, and I'd rather spend my time getting ready for it than with my nose in a book. Don't think I'm gonna let the three of you stay ahead of me for long, he called back. As he disappeared amongst the crowd, Hinata turned to her longtime crush, concern brimming in her eyes. Do you think he'll be okay? Hinata asked. I've never seen him like that before. Yeah, Naruto replied, uncertainty obvious in his tone. When hasn't he been? The two gave one last look in their friend's direction before heading off themselves, lost in thought as they journeyed toward the library. For his first real surprise of the day, Irika was startled to see that there were even less academy students than when he had left his post. He had heard it through the grapevine down at the outpost that recruiting back home had started to become an issue, but he hadn't imagined the student population had dropped by nearly a third. Looking upon one of the training fields, Irika noted Mizuki leading a much smaller class of cadets in performing a kata. Irika squinted in the direction of the field, trying to better assess the situation. He heard a foreign sound emanate from their direction, and as he looked closer, he could see that, oh God, was Mizuki actually smiling? Of all the things he'd had expected to see changed in the village, that had certainly not been one of them. Surprised, Irika? The Hokage interrupted in an amused tone. I've just never seen Mizuki genuinely happy to be teaching, he responded, the sheer shock of the sight making him forget his well-practiced politesse. The Hokage chuckled before turning back to address Irika. In your absence, there have been a great many changes in our shinobi system. Your single act of insubordination awakened me to the fact I had grown too lax in the way I had been handling my responsibilities as Hokage. Old age is not an excuse I can allow myself for having let certain situations continue to fester and degrade. With that in mind, I decided to restructure the military academic system. Needless to say, morale is up, performance has improved, and we have successfully implemented a much more efficient system of education. As they entered the academy, Irika was caught off guard by the lack of activity on the first floor of the building. Desks were neatly arranged, and blackboards were empty of writing or chalk dust. The scar-faced shinobi noted the time of year, remembering that it was around November when the fourth-year academy students graduated and underwent the Genin exam. In their absence, the transitioning first, second, and third years would shift into their new classrooms. I have decided to take a more active role in the evaluation of our shinobi in training, Hiruzen continued. I have instituted a quarterly review of all of the Academy's cadets and created incentivization by tying an instructor's salary to their students' quarterly performance. I personally assess each of the cadets, so as not to allow for favoritism or corruption to blemish the results. Furthermore, sabotage of a cadet's academic career is taken as a serious ethical violation, with immediate dismissal and heavy fines imposed to any instructors found guilty. Good morning, Hokage-sama. A brunette and an ashy-haired kunoichi greeted in unison, bowing to the village patriarch. Irika did not recognize either of them, though that did not stop him from offering a silent nod in greeting. They offered him a quick smile before continuing down the hall, talking amongst themselves about where they would be heading during the winter intersession. Reaching the training fields behind the academy, Irika noticed that the old open spaces had been replaced by new target ranges. A group of 6 new third-year cadets stood around a black-haired male shinobi. He proceeded to show them a sequence of 6 hand seals before launching several flames into the air. Each flame targeted a different straw dummy, igniting each and quickly leaving behind a pile of ash. You're teaching third-year academy students the Phoenix Fire technique? You would be surprised what the students are capable of whenever their instructors have more time and attention available to give to them, the Hokage replied to the skeptical ex-teacher. Is it wise to make teaching a C-rank technique an official part of the curriculum, Hokage-sama? Irika questioned back. It might just happen to be that the individuals constituting the class are on average very adept at chakra manipulation. While at first I shared some of your hesitance, it was Ebisu who actually believed that after reprioritizing our academic resources, we would be able to more quickly nurture each student's potential.
Hokage-sama, Iruka interrupted.
I keep hearing you mention reprioritization and smaller classes, but I'm lost as to what that actually means. The 2 men turned back inside, right as 2 new second-year students burst out the doors, sprinting over to join the rest of their classroom. Hopping into formation, he realized they were a part of the classroom Mizuki had been leading through the kata earlier. Allow me to explain, the Hokage began. I have instituted a more aggressive approach to the culling of inadequate trainees. Upon review with Ebisu, we discovered that many of the cadets in the bottom quartile of their class are disproportionately killed in action when compared to those in the upper 75%. Upon further analysis, it was shown that nearly 70% of those in the bottom third who were killed as genin came from civilian families. We ran this analysis on the children from ninja families and observed a post-academy catch-up. In conjunction with the Civilian Council, we came to the conclusion that civilian-born cadets who are in the bottom quartile at the end of their first year and second years should be sent to civilian trade schools to avoid unnecessary loss of life. The Civilian Council concurred on the premise that such loss of life equated to an unaccounted opportunity cost that could lead to an economic windfall once properly addressed. This has allowed us to devote more resources to the cadets who have shown aptitude for the ninja arts. Second-year classes have been reduced from 27 students to 21 students, with that number whittled down to 15 students per classroom by the beginning of the third year. The 2 made their way back out of the academy, turning to see Mizuki finishing his lesson and ushering his group of young second-year students back into the academy. Seeing such a change in his former colleague sparked a flicker of jealousy in the older instructor, envious of the changes the once resentful instructor had had the opportunity to experience at the academy. "Irika," the Hokage addressed, "I'm sure you've begun to wonder why this old man has prattled on for the last hour about the new academy system and what it has to do with you and your new assignment. Let me ask you, what else have you noticed missing from the academy while on our tour?" The first thing that came to mind was the number of students. It was obscenely small. Compared to 2 years ago, the academy was a ghost town. While he had taken into account the now graduated fourth years and the incoming first years, there were still too few people in that building. He had seen that class of transitioning second years practicing a kata with Mizuki, and a small group of transitioning third years learning how to perform the Phoenix Fire technique with that dark-haired chunin, but he had not run into any of the transitioning fourth years yet. "The fourth years aren't in the building," Irika answered confidently. The Hokage nodded in response. "Perceptive, Irika. But what will we be doing with those fourth years? Has the academy standard been reduced to 3 years?" The Hokage shook his head in the negative. While Ebisu and I had considered the possibility that sort of drastic change would not be implemented for several years, once we're certain that this curriculum can adequately train cadets into genin-level shinobi within a 3-year time period. What we've decided to implement is actually an idea that we borrowed from the civilian workforce. Before finishing their formal education, many of the civilian students are offered a position with a company to help mature all of their theoretical knowledge into a practical skill. The civilians term this year an internship, after which the student is adequately prepared to practice their craft. Similarly, we believe that preparing the fourth years for their time in a 3-man cell may increase passage of the genin exam and reduce the number of individuals who are forced to take any remediations. Ebisu specifically asked that once you return, you be promoted to Tokubetsu Jounin to help him implement this plan. Apparently, you were 1 step ahead of us and fulfilled that prerequisite on your own. The Hokage turned toward Irika, mouth set into a straight line, eyes having replaced their mirth with unquieting gravity. "This part of the curriculum is still in its experimental phase," the Hokage retorted. A number of parents were concerned that this change was too abrupt and may have a negative impact on the development of their children's skills. "I have made several promises that this will work, and that we will produce stronger shinobi because of it. I have chosen you for this because, in all my years as Hokage, few have had the kind of talent you possess for instruction. Your students, even those who only had you for a year, still thrive under the guidance of different instructors. You leave an indelible impact on each of your students, and for this kind of project, you are exactly the kind of teacher we need." Irika took a glance down at his folder, its contents sealed by a chakra-sensitive tape. He could already guess one of the names that would be present in the dossier. The Hokage placed a firm, reassuring hand upon Irika's shoulder. "You know that, no matter what's changed about him, he's still fundamentally Naruto. And you're still fundamentally Irika. The boy sees you as family, and he'd do anything for his family." Before he could press the Hokage for more information, the third vanished in swirl of leaves. Irika cursed, hoping he'd find out something about the blonde-headed cadet before he'd have to confront him himself. The Hokage's words reassured him, but it was more than just seeing Naruto that made him nervous. His hometown now felt foreign. Sure, the landmarks hadn't changed. The academy still looked the same. But once he'd looked inside, everything had felt like a facsimile. Hollow, without the meaning and warmth it had once held for him. And slowly, the rest of the village had begun to feel that way as well. Old shops with new owners, new kids in old neighborhoods. Hell, new neighbors would beget new habits, as he'd have to make pleasantries all over again, and learn the living habits of those who lived in the adjacent apartments. He pushed those doubts aside. Priority number 1 was reading this dossier and its contents, which meant he would need to make a stop for coffee and snacks. Heading toward his apartment, Irika made a note to stop by the store 3 blocks from his place. At least, that was where he remembered the closest convenience store being. It would be terribly inconvenient if it had been moved. He'd prefer that none of today's remaining surprises take a turn toward the inconvenient, coffee stops included. He had a long night of reading ahead, and he'd rather get it done sooner rather than later. He'd never imagined readjusting would be so hard. "Took you guys long enough?" the blonde-haired female admonished, Hinata shifting her gaze to the floor and muttering an apology while Naruto crossed his arms and confronted the young Yamanaka. "Didn't you invite yourself into this, Ino?" Naruto interrogated, light blue eyes boring into the teal ones of his blonde counterpart. Ino stared right back, unflinching, before turning her back to Naruto and allowing her ponytail to smack him in the face. "Oh, come on now, Naruto, don't be like that. Who else amongst your friends is any good at recon?" Ino teased, voice saccharine with a hint of mischief. "I'd hardly term your gossiping recon," Naruto teased back, enjoying the escalating banter. 2 years and next to 0 leads, Naruchan. Ino continued. "Face it, whatever info you want, you're gonna have to work people for." Naruto guffawed, earning a sharp look from Ino. "Why do I get the feeling you're the last person in the village who should be teaching how to charm?" Despite her sometimes prickly exterior, Ino actually had a heart of gold. And clever to boot. Where Sakura was academic and bookish, Ino made up for it in street smarts. You couldn't teach the way she understood the human psyche. Maybe it ran in the Yamanaka genes. Her eyes softened, a sly, fox-like smile spreading across her face. Cool as a cucumber, Ino launched her next repartee. "I don't think you're one to talk about charm, Naruchan. You couldn't even get a billboard brow like Sakura to go on a date with you." "Hey, you leave me out of this, Ino pig," the pinkette growled, snapping her book shut and staring daggers at her platinum-haired best friend. "SSSSSSSSHHHHH," the librarian hissed at the four, leaving Sakura and Hinata apologizing profusely while trying to keep Naruto and Ino from killing each other. "Damn it, you two," Sakura whispered. "Can't you keep it down for once? I for one am not looking to get kicked out of this library anytime soon." Emerald eyes pierced accusingly into periwinkle ones. "You should be more respectful, Naruto. I'm spending my last free Saturday before assignment helping you do research on your family. The least you could do is not get us into trouble." Naruto closed his eyes and returned a sheepish smile, waving his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan," the blonde replied. "I'll keep it down." Sakura sighed, shaking her head in surrender before returning to her book. "Are you ever going to stop calling me that, Naruto?" "Old habits die hard," the blonde responded. "You can expect I'll be calling you that until I'm in my deathbed, just like Hinata will always be my Haim-chan." Hinata's face decided it would be the perfect time begin impersonating a tomato. Lighthead, she sat herself down at the table and quickly sought to distract herself by focusing her attention on a book. "Geez, Naruto, how dense can you be?" Ino unleashed in exasperation. "You're going to cause that poor girl to have a heart attack one day, and you can't even have the decency to understand how she feels." "How she feels?" Naruto shifted a quizzical gaze toward the beet-red Hyuga heiress, eyes devouring every detail of her, taking note of the intensifying flush overtaking her face. "Oh my god!" Naruto whispered out, realization striking. "Hinata, you're sick." Naruto rushed over and placed a hand on her forehead. Worry etched on his face as he felt the heat emanating from her body growing stronger and stronger. "You're burning up, Haim-chan," Naruto exclaimed, the librarian eyeing him dangerously as he continued to grow louder. "We've got to get this jacket off of you," he shouted, trying desperately to pull her trademark coat off. "Seriously," Sakura whispered over to Ino. "I thought he'd gotten a lot smarter over the years." Ino turned to her best friend, nose upturned and smiling in triumph. "Just enjoy it for what it is, forehead. This has been the funniest thing I've seen this month." Sakura watched as Naruto grew increasingly exasperated by his inability to get Hinata's jacket off, failing to notice that it was the Hyuga heiress trying her damnedest to make sure it stayed on. Smiling, Sakura allowed herself a melancholy chuckle. Some part of her wished she had someone she was close to like that, though all of her was glad that that person was definitely not Naruto. No matter how much he changed, to her he'd always be that blonde loudmouth, desperate for attention. And watching as Naruto and Hinata continued their little tug-of-war, she saw that in some ways he always would be. A light squeak echoed through the hollow corridors created by the library's stacks. The cart felt like it hadn't been maintained in years, and it was forcing Sakura to throw her full weight behind pushcart just to inch forward. Turning toward the row of desks, she was finally able to make out her three friends, each hunched over and diligently navigating through the contents of their respective books. Hinata caught sight of the struggling Pinkette and made her way over to the defiant pushcart. Adding her weight to Sakura's, the pushcart screeched in protest as the pair pushed it to their final destination. "Thanks, Hinata," Sakura whispered, wiping the small drops of perspiration from her forehead and pausing for a moment to catch her breath. "And no problem, Sakura," Hinata answered back. "Thank you for getting those books for us." Naruto's eyes ran over the stack of tomes Sakura had gathered from the stacks, eyes raised in incredulity. "Really, Sakura? We haven't even made it through the ones here," the blonde complained. Sakura fixed her gaze at Naruto, eyes narrow and lips flat. She exhaled in irritation, before grabbing a book of the cart and shoving toward the Jinchuriki. "I think we started this thing all wrong," Sakura explained to the group. "It's like Shikamaru first said. For whatever reason, knowledge of the Uzumaki has been intentionally buried from the general public, and whatever the adults know, they're keeping quiet." Sakura examined the title of thick, crimson-colored book, handing it over to Ino before distributing another to Hinata. Any books on clans, especially old editions, would have been pulled from here and placed in the shinobi-only sections of the stacks. Next came a book bound in blue leather, gold lining the exterior of the pages. She handed this one to Naruto, who rushed past the cover to look at the table of contents. "But, if you ask me, I think it would be impossible to get rid of absolutely everything. You can't totally wipe someone or something that important from the history books. So we start by looking at the most significant event to ever happen to the clan. We need to look at the Second Shinobi World War," Sakura lectured, taking green book from the top of the pushcart and placing it in front of herself. The destruction of Uzumaki was such a big part of that war that any history on the war, no matter how poor, has to at least mention it. "So what you're saying is any information that's going to be available to us is most likely related to the war," Hinata concluded. Sakura nodded, pulling a notepad out from her backpack and letting the book in front of her absorb her attention. The four sat in silence, hardly noticing as the light breaking through the library's windows transitioned through a rainbow of bright whites, mellow oranges, and full pinks before night finally fell on bustling village. Well, the convenience store was still there, though now operating under the name Ten Heaven. And it seemed like whoever the owner was must be highly motivated to start a franchise. Absolutely everything in the store was emblazoned with the Ten Heaven logo, an obnoxiously cool red number 10, symbolized by a double-sided trident for the 1 and an Ouroboros for the 0, all sitting on a cloud with a bolt of lightning strike out from under it. Irika couldn't complain about the coffee, though. It was certainly better than the third-rate garbage they served out in the borderlands. This coffee was actually pretty good. A hint of dark chocolate smoothed the bitter tone of the aftertaste. Just the smell alone could jolt him awake. Turning toward his apartment, Irika caught sight of a short, violet-haired kunoichi standing in front of his door, arms crossed over her sizable chest. Anko took note of the bandaged shinobi, a mischievous smirk playing on her face. "I heard rumors you were back town, Irika. Had to let sweet, lonely, sorry Anko find out through the grapevine. Didn't you?" she teased. Irika furiously fought the blush threatening to flood his face as Anko stepped closer and snaked an arm around his. Pressing the appendage between her breasts, Anko pulled the scar-faced shinobi until her lips were centimeters from his ears. "Do you know what I'm here for, Irika-chan?" she whispered, tickling his ear with her hot, sticky breath. A light hint of honeysuckle wafted toward him, melting his defenses and relaxing his posture. Trap set, Anko let her pet snakes slither down Irika's messenger bag, snapping the buckles while their mistress continued to distract the flustered jounin. "Let me give you a hint," she whispered in a thick, breathy tone. Lightly, she caressed her way down Irika's arm, each touch pushing the jounin into sensory overload. Reaching his palm, Anko slipped her pinky into the center of his open palm, tickling the inside as she lightly stroked spirals over his coarse, callous skin. Noticing his eyelids finally grow heavy, Anko went in for the kill. Her hand shot out from his, grabbing the neck of the bottle exposed from his bag and dragging it out. Irika awoke, eyes jolted wide, reaching after Senkaku's parting gift as the snake mistress dangled the bottle out of his reach. God, 2 years later and you're still so easy to tease. Raising the bottle to her face, she took note of the onyx label and cursive gold lettering, characteristic of only one distillery in the Shinobi Nations. Fire Cognac Reserve? You weren't planning on having this without me, were you, Irika-chan? Mustering his wits, and trying so very hard to calm a certain appendage down, Irika sized up the coquettish serpent who dangled the bottle in front of him. Apparently, she hadn't changed at all. Beneath her tan trench coat, Anko still wore an orange skirt over a fishnet bodysuit. Her violet hair was still cut short, and her ponytail fanned out behind her. Mischief and delight were at the forefront of her hazel-colored eyes, and Irika felt the involuntary skip of his heartbeat. She was always so good at puppeteering the hearts of men, at least for a little while. Steeling himself to her flirtation, Irika pushed his instincts down and confronted the flirty Kunoichi. "Come on, Anko. I don't have time today," Irika complained. "I just got back, and I already got my first assignment." "Oh, you mean the fourth-year teams? What do you even need to work on? You already know everyone on your team pretty damn well." Irika's face contorted into mild frustration. "And just how do you know what team I'll be getting?" the brunette questioned, words sharp and tone riddled with annoyance. "You're no fun when you get all serious," she responded. "Why don't you just invite me in so we can crack this bottle of delicious and I can enjoy my last night alone as a woman?" Irika's jaw unhinged. "Why, you're getting married?" Anko outright laughed in her partner's face. As if, like anyone would want anything more than wild fuck from Orochimaru's ex-apprentice. Anko loved hiding even the most benign truths in a whirlwind of innuendo. Needing time to process whatever it was she was hinting at, he unlocked his door, the snake mistress slipping past him into the apartment. He examined her words, trying to distill the wild scenarios into more mundane happenings. Irika's breath caught, and he looked wide-eyed at the snake mistress. She gave him a smirk, shrugging her shoulders as she tossed herself onto a cream, suede sofa. If possible, Irika's jaw dropped even wider.
No.
Yes. Has Hokage-sama gone mad? Maybe a little. But this. Anko cracked the bottle and took a swig, eyes scrunching as she let the sweet, fiery spirit burn its way down her throat. "He's actually putting you in charge of a team?" "Bingo," Anko responded, putting her lips to the bottle before taking another sip. "I have shot glasses, you know," he said in a bored, defeated tone. He took a seat at his kitchen table, snapping open the dossier the Hokage had given him. "So are you going to be a wet rag, Irika? Or are you going to join me?" Anko teased, bringing out 2 shot glasses and pouring cognac into each. "You know I'm not much of a drinker," he answered, refusing the shot the violet-haired woman had offered him. "Suit yourself," she replied, downing Irika's shot before following it up with her own. "So, if you already know who's on my team," Irika began, "would you mind telling me who's on yours?" Anko placed a forefinger to her chin, eyes staring at the ceiling as she mocked being lost in thought. "Well, I would have if you knew how to use your manners." She really was infuriating when she wanted to be. "Please, Anko? Please, Anko, what, Irika? Please, Anko, can you tell me who is on the team you're leading?" "Oh, you can do so much better, Irika-chan. Please, Lady Anko, would you tell this humble servant who is on the fair mistress team?" Irika vomited out. Okay, since you asked so nicely." Anko screwed the cap tight back on the bottle and slid it back toward Irika. "The Hokage saw me fit to teach Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata." For what felt like the umpteenth time today, Irika was absolutely flabbergasted by the Hokage's decision-making. "You're going to be Hinata's 4th-year sensei?" Irika blurted. "That doesn't make any sense. Why isn't she paired up with Kurenai?" "See, that's what happens when you're gone for 2 years, Irika," You didn't know that Kurenai got promoted to full jounin last month and is waiting to take on a genin team of her own. Yugao didn't want to leave Umbu. Kamachi. Same. What about Hana? Didn't want to teach anyone in her brother's class. There was literally no one else? Nope. Irika sighed, looking through the dossier to see the faces of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura staring back at him. Don't worry so much, Irika. I'll be good for her self-esteem. We can work on getting rid of that stutter of hers. Irika, for the first time that night, ignored her, engrossed in the file before him. And for the first time that night, Anko set aside her teasing. You did a good job with them, Irika, Anko said, sliding her chair right next to his as Irika paged through Naruto's file, trying to catch up on the 2 years he had missed. Who knew Naruto would grow to challenge Sasuke for Rookie of the Year? No one would have given that kid a snowball's chance 2 years ago. Irika continued to flip through the file, restarting at the beginning once he had finished. Anko doubted Irika had heard her previous comment. It's not like it wasn't in the file Hiruzen had given him. Feeling her welcome worn out, Anko snuck out of the front door, leaving Irika to wander in nostalgia, connecting those vague, far-off pieces of the past he knew to the future that lurked ahead. The foursome tumbled out of the library, eyes crusty and bloodshot. Lampposts dotted the still bustling evening streets, illuminating the smiling, joyful faces of blissful couples, laughing families, and rambunctious children. Brains fried, the cadets flopped onto the nearby bench, Hinata laying a tired head on Sakura's shoulder while Naruto sulked on his own. Damn it! The blonde murmured, voice raspy and without energy. Even after all this time, I still can't find anything. The others couldn't even muster the energy for condolences. Sakura had pored over hundreds of pages amongst tens of books for hours, looking for any mention of specific clan members, to no avail. Each spilled wells of ink describing the massacre, how Kumo and Kiri had unleashed their Jinchuriki upon the unsuspecting village, the Uzumaki's valiant defense of their home against all odds, each anonymous member slaughtered by the overwhelming waves of mist and cloud Nin, the razing of the village's buildings, a century of history lost to the prejudicial conflagration set by the ravenous army. Yet not a single mention of any individual clan members. Not a single one. It had been absolutely infuriating. How Naruto had yet to give up hope was beyond her. Geez guys, when's the funeral? Ino remarked, voice soft and marred with exhaustion, and with a hint of amusement. Her pink-haired best friend shifted her eyes toward her and forced the last bits of energy she had into forming a scowl. Well, at least it wasn't a total loss, she followed up. It took him a few moments, but once Naruto finally processed the words, he turned to see a bright, victorious smile gracing the Yamanaka's face. Hand extended, there was a folded-up piece of paper. Naruto trembled, breathless as he took the torn-out slip of notebook paper from Ino. Whatever this was, it was the first step. What are you waiting for, Naruchan? Ino urged. Open it. Hinata and Sakura had lifted themselves off of the bench, crowding the two blondes. Even though she had not devoted anywhere near as much time as Naruto or Hinata had to the endeavor, Sakura was finding herself just as involved, breath bated as she waited for Naruto to comply with Ino's command. Finally unfolding the note, Naruto's eyes scanned the page, widening at the two names Ino had scribbled down. Uzumaki Aizo. Uzumaki Akane. Naruto peered up from the page, noting how the relieved faces of the emerald-eyed Pinkette and the Hyuga heiress matched his own. Sakura's quickly contorted into a face of frustration, smile morphing into a wide-mouthed snarl, a growl emanating from her throat. Really, Ino? You held onto that information all day? She accused. Oh, come off it, Sakura. It was only the last hour, she shot back, not the least bit ashamed. Everyone loves a dramatic reveal. Isn't that right, Naruto? Naruto pocketed the paper into his crimson satchel, tucking it between the pages of Uzumaki Ashina's journal. He was finally one step closer to the truth, one step closer to his family. He had spent 2 years in those stacks, reviewing and re-reviewing books on clan histories, hoping that in his haste, the name had slipped by him, hidden within a jungle of symbols. Without his friends, he'd still be stuck at square one. Thanks, guys, Naruto choked out, voice shaky and throat tight. I couldn't have done it without you. You want to thank us? Ino teased. How about you invite us to Yakinaku-Q? She offered. It's getting a little late for that, Ino? Hinata questioned, her father's stern demeanor at the forefront of her mind. Come on, Hinata. It's the weekend, and our last night as free cadets. Ino pushed. How often do we get to go out as a group for dinner?
I suppose.
Sakura? Naruto? Naruto wiped his eyes, clearing the hint of tears forming at the edge of his eyelids. Yeah, we should celebrate. Food's on me. Can't say no to a free meal with friends. Count me in, Sakura replied. Great. Barbecue is perfect for story time, Ino imparted. I can't wait to tell you guys the rest. Wait, Naruto interrupted just as the quartet had turned to head out. What do you mean, the rest? Plates clattered onto the table as the servers carried out a smorgasbord of meat for the hungry preteens. Naruto gulped audibly, anxious at the amount of food Ino had ordered. Poor Gamachan, Naruto cried, pulling the stuffed, toad-shaped wallet from his crimson satchel. Looks like we're going to be gutting you tonight. Live a little Naruchan, Ino called out, grabbing the plate full of beef rib and adding its pieces to the grill. That frog looks like it needs to be put on diet anyway. He's a toad, Naruto argued back. Show a little respect. Same difference, Ino replied, picking up the tongs and flipping the ribs over. Maybe if you stopped getting caught up in the minutiae, you'd have time to listen to what I found. Don't be so mean to Naruto-kun, Ino. Hinata cut in, voice firm despite the stutter. Naruto-kun was nice enough to pay for our meal with his savings, she continued, stutter slowly disappearing. Thank you for the meal, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, a valiant expression etched onto her face. Naruto was completely taken aback by the expression, especially coming from Hinata. And no problem, Haim-chan, Naruto responded, a small blush tinging his cheeks. The blonde female blew the fringe out of her face and rolled her eyes. Ino placed a few pieces of meat onto a small plate and handed it to Naruto as a peace offering. Fine, Hinata. I'll stop teasing the poor boy. Don't want you getting all jealous on me. Hinata's courage deflated, eyes deflecting from the Yamanaka and taking interest in the wood graining of the table. Clearing her throat, she drew Naruto and Sakura's attention to herself. Uzumaki Aizo and Uzumaki Akane were the names of Uzushiogekure's ambassadors to Konoha. Having arrived 10 years prior to the beginning of the Second Shinobi World War, the couple were well established in the village by the time of the destruction of their home nation. In the aftermath of the Second Shinobi War, the couple and their family departed Konoha, looking to re-establish their clan and the village. With their departure, the last of the Uzumaki disappeared from the great nations, their prowess passing on to myth. And that's basically all there was, Ino concluded. A couple of words on Yuzu diplomats, and a mysterious disappearance. Not even a picture of them. Well, it's a start if nothing else, Sakura added. We have 2 names of Konohan Uzumaki, and that should lead us somewhere. The rest of that info is probably buried in the shinobi stacks. Naruto interjected. Hinata and I scoured the civilian section, and until now, we never saw a thing about Uzushio's ambassadors to the Leaf. The question is really about how much clearance you'd need to find the next piece of information, Sakura explained. The adults are no help, and I can't say I know any genin or chunin well enough to trust any of them. What about Kiba's sister, Hana? Ino posited.
No dice, Naruto responded.
She may be an Inuzuka, but she's a stickler for the rules. No doubt she'd take it to her mom if it seemed too suspicious. And there aren't any other older siblings in our friend group, Sakura finished. Can't say I expected things to be easy. The 4 sat in silence, the only sound emanating from their table the clink of chopsticks as the young cadets reached for their food. I may have somebody, Hinata contributed. I don't know if he'd agree to help us, but he wouldn't tell anyone. We don't have any other leads, so anything's worth a shot, Sakura encouraged. All right, Hinata. Who's our contact? Hinata's gaze fell back down to the wood grain, index fingers pushed together in anxiety. And Niji and I-san, she finally let out. No way, Hinata, Naruto blurted. That guy's a total jerk, and he's been an asshole to you for years. Why would we go to him for anything? Please don't say that about Niji and I-san, Naruto-kun. Hinata sparred back, stutter once again disappearing. Niji and I-san is shouldering his pain all on his own. You must remember what that's like. Sakura dropped her spoon, everyone at the table shocked into silence. Hinata wouldn't break her stare from Naruto's, the blonde growing uneasy as a shiver coursed down his spine, feeling naked before her piercing gaze. Naruto glanced away, surrendering to the lavender-eyed heiress. Doesn't give him a right to treat you like that, Naruto muttered. Hinata glimpsed a peek at Ino and Sakura, whose mouths were fixed open in their best imitation of a dead fish. A second ticked by, and another before the realization of what she had done hit her. The rush of bravado vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by an intensifying gurgling in her stomach. Her alabaster skin somehow found a way to grow even paler, eyelids fully stretched and lips smacked shut in mortification. Excuse me. Hinata excused herself before rushing to the nearest restroom. The three shook their heads in confusion, still astounded by what had just occurred. Sakura was the first to speak. Whatever it was that just happened, Hinata's right. I can't see any other options at the moment. The blonde's eyes tightened, the happy periwinkle darkening as he addressed Sakura's proposal. So we're just gonna ask Hinata to ask this verbally abusive pompous jerkwad for help? He spat. I'd rather kiss Sasuke. Hinata's not some delicate flower you need to protect Naruto. None of us are. Ino shot back. Whether you want her to or not, you're not stopping Hinata from doing this. But why? I don't get it. I'm not forcing her to do this. Sakura dragged the palm of her hand across her face, squeezing her temples in frustration. My God, Naruto, how can you be such an idiot about this? You guys keep saying that. Can't you be straight and just tell me what I'm doing wrong to Hinata? It's not our business to tell you, Naruto, Ino replied. It's between you and Hinata. So why don't you try being more considerate of her feelings and ask her? Gah, why do girls have to be so complicated? If we're so much trouble, why don't you go and kiss Sasuke? Ino shot back. It was Sakura's turn to be mortified, jaw hanging, pupils pinpoint as Ino began to realize what left her mouth. Slowly, she turned her head toward a livid best friend, trying to escape the clutches of the seething pinkett as she dug her hands into Ino's shoulders and shook the gossiping blonde. What did you say about my Sasuke-kun? How could you betray him like this, Ino pig? A boisterous clang resounded behind them, a hail of empty plates crashing to the floor and littering the floor with bits of plaster. Don't worry, you've got plenty more in back, Kiba shouted as he breathlessly squeezed himself into the booth right next to Naruto. I've spent the last 2 hours looking for you guys everywhere, and I come here to find you got Yakinaka-Q without me. Snatching several pieces of pork belly from the blonde Jinchuriki's plate, Kiba began shoveling food into his gullet. Particles of half-chewed meat flew from his mouth, Sakura and Ino shielding their eyes from the revolting sight. Come on, dog boy, Ino chastised. Even Akamaru has better when eating. Iju H. Tarbing, Kiba choked out between chomps. Traying. Could you please finish chewing your food before talking, Kiba? Sakura pleaded. Staring the duo down, Kiba gave one last audible swallow. Oh, Kiba, I didn't know you came back, Hinata observed, rejoining the group. How did you know we were even at Yakinaka-Q? Anyway, Naruto questioned. It was a last-minute decision on our part. I had no clue, the dog user yelped. You think I'd let you guys get barbecue without me? No way. Shoving another slice of pork belly in his mouth, Kiba continued his story. So I was done with my training, right? Mom had put me through the ringer, and I wanted a bite to eat that didn't take an hour to cook. I think to myself, hey, why not go grab those new ready-to-eat burrito things they're selling over at 10 Heaven? So there I was, getting my change back from the really cute clerk, talking her up, making her blush and writing down my number for her. Kiba, no one's going to believe you got a full-grown woman to ask you for your number, Ino heckled. Don't be jealous, Ino. There's enough Inuzuka Kiba for everyone. Ino wondered if it was possible to roll your eyes so hard you could see your ocular nerve. Anyway, there I was, pen in hand, food in mouth, when out of nowhere, I caught a whiff of this super familiar scent. I couldn't place it at the time. I just knew that I'd known it from somewhere before. I tell the cutie, sorry baby, duty calls dash. I don't know which I believe less. That a girl would give you her number, of that you'd leave a girl alone for something else. Damn it, Ino, just let me finish. Anyway, I catch the scent and follow it about 3 blocks up from the convenience store. I turn the corner to see, drumroll please, Naruto. Not knowing where the story was going, but liking the enthusiasm, Naruto began thumping out a rhythm on the table. I see. Yeah. I see. Yeah. I see. Just finish the story, dog boy. Sakura finally burst. I see. Kiba leaned closer into the table, eyes shifting from left to right. Humoring him, the other 4 leaned in. A big-boobed lady. You know what, that's my fault, Ino said, voice resigned. I don't know what else I expected. But this wasn't just any big-boobed lady, Ino. She wore a trench coat over this really hot see-through fishnet shirt. And she had these super-toned thighs beneath her orange mini-skirt dash. Why, you mean Anko-san? Hinata offered. Okay, now I'm curious, Ino added. How do you know Kiba's fantasy woman? She's a very talented kunoichi and a friend of Kurenai-san. Anyway, as I was saying, Kiba continued, she had her arms practically wrapped around this other shinobi. She's just all over this guy, rubbing her boobs up and down his arm while whispering in his ear. I'm thinking to myself, who is this talented Casanova who hooked the absolute hottie that is Anko-san? So, I sneak closer, seeing if I can get a look at the guy's face. And guys, let me tell you, I never would have thought he had it in him. Who had what in him? Sakura questioned. Irika-sensei, Kiba answered, allowing the silence to punctuate the bombshell he dropped on the group. Naruto grabbed Kiba's jacket collar and yanked him forward. I told you I didn't find that funny the last time you did it, Kiba, the Jinchuriki growled. Take it easy, Naruchan. I'm being totally serious this time. Without a doubt, the guy standing there was Irika-sensei. Looked like him, smelled like him, well, a little more burnt than last time, but that's definitely Irika-sensei's scent. And from what Anko was telling Irika-sensei, it sounds like he just got back too. Naruto released his hold on Kiba's jacket, eyes fluttering, trying to settle on an emotion. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto handed the stuffed Gamachan to Hinata, bursting from his seat. I'm sorry, Haim-chan. I've got to go. Could I trust you with Gamachan? Meeting his eyes, Hinata gave a quiet nod, taking the toad wallet and hugging it to her chest. Thanks, Haim-chan. Responsibility secured, Naruto barged out of Yakinaku-Q. Noting the blonde's departure, one of the restaurant's servers approached the table. I hope you know, he began. We'll be requiring payment for all of those broken dishes as well. Hinata silently apologized to her crush, bank rolls and wads of cash tumbling onto the table as Gamachan spilled his contents for all to see. Irika found himself waking up at his dining table, a piece of paper affixed to his face, cheek glazed with saliva. Irika cursed as he realized the ink had smeared, making the writing illegible. Thankfully, that particular page didn't have any information he didn't already know. Reorienting himself, the Jounin peered over at the stove's clock. 2200 hours. It wasn't late, but the day had drained every last inch of energy from him. He wasn't even sure if he was ready for tomorrow. Stretching his arms out and expelling a yawn, Irika made his way to the bathroom, performing the pre-bedtime ritual. Face clean and teeth brushed, Irika removed his shirt and undid the bandages wrapped along his arms. Exchanging the standard shinobi pants for a pair of gym shorts, the scar-faced Jounin tucked himself under the covers and shut his eyes. It couldn't have been more than half a minute before a set of knocks reverberated through his house. It was the rare occasion when Anko would come over uninvited in the middle of the night. She usually had other people to harass or keep her company after a bender, but Irika never denied her a place on his couch if she asked for one. Hearing the knock again, Irika pulled off the warm, cozy comforter and marched himself to the door. The knock came again, worrying the always considerate Irika, as he didn't want to disturb his neighbors. "Hold your horses, Anko. I'm coming," Irika called out through the wood. Unbolted and unlocked, he swung the door open, heart freezing as he caught sight of a slightly taller and significantly less orange preteen cadet. Naruto's eyes grew, taking in the familiar scar-faced visage of his former sensei. The blonde's mouth erupted into a smile, calming his former mentor, who smiled in return. Irika stepped back, clearing himself from the doorway and gesturing for the shinobi-to-be to step inside. Nerves gone, the blonde strode in and peered around the apartment. Dust-covered lamps, tables, and bookcases, evidence that, indeed, this was Irika's first day back. Grin never leaving his face, Naruto addressed Irika for the first time in 2 years. "Welcome home, Irika-sensei. Honestly, this team is pretty stacked." The autumn morning sky released a cool, crisp breeze onto training field, wafting the scent of hot cider and busy fireplaces into the air. Team Irika made their way down the steps of the Ninja Academy, having just received their first set of orders. Sakura was apprehensive about the team's synergistic qualities. She'd never say it out loud, but she was well aware that Sasuke didn't really play well with others. He could be forgiven that minor flaw. Not everyone was an extrovert, and their team was stuck with the loudest of the bunch. Thank God Sasuke respected the blonde-haired Uzumaki. The next year would have been absolutely insufferable if those two didn't already get along. She wouldn't be surprised if that's why the top 2 fourth years were placed together. There was no one else who could motivate Sasuke like Naruto could. I mean, look at us. The last Uchiha, the last Uzumaki, and the smartest girl in the class. It's a waste of our talent to be stuck as cadets for the next year. The last Uchiha had already begun to pull ahead of the Gru, not even giving a glance back to see if his teammates were keeping pace with him. "Don't you think so, team?" Naruto called out, oblivious to Sasuke's irritation with, well, everything. Sasuke had one objective in life. That objective was only accomplished in one of 2 ways, training and old age. And somehow, he had the feeling his brother might figure out a way to overcome the constraints of the latter. So when he heard his blonde-haired teammate begin to taunt him, the only reason the Uchiha answered was to try to get him to the off-campus training fields as quickly as possible. "Don't you think we're a little old to be engaging in petty name-calling, dope?" Sasuke shot back, knowing that with the right kind of prodding, he could get the blonde to rise to the occasion. "Rule number 10 of Uzumaki Ashina," Naruto retorted, knowing that the obsession with his ancestors would rankle the aloof brunette. A life rushed through is a life filled with regret. Easy to say for a clan who can live twice as long as the Uchiha but can only get half of the accomplishments done. "Should I remind you of who won our last fight, team? How about you stop talking and show me who wins the next one?" "You know what? Never mind. This year was clearly going to be way more trouble than it was worth." Sakura dashed between the quarrelsome cadets, praying Sasuke respected her enough to back down from the impending fight. "Come on, guys," she pleaded, frustrated that the role of peacemaker was thrust upon her. "Can't we just go grab a bowl of ramen like normal teammates and, not kill each other on the day before our first assignment?" That had no effect, which was rather disappointing given that ramen was usually the magic bullet to get Naruto to act however they needed. And it didn't seem like Sasuke-kun was too amused by her failed intervention. His onyx eyes narrowed and drilled into her bright emerald ones, her breath catching at the intensity of his hostility. Ino Pig would be so jealous of the way he was looking at her right now. But now wasn't the time to get caught in fantasies about Sasuke's gorgeous, smoldering, creepy hot glare. She had teammates to save, mostly from each other. The pinkette's brain was pushed into overclock, synapses sparking wildly as she racked her brain for anything that might divert them away from measuring their own egos. Despite his intelligence, Sasuke really had a one-track mind. If it wasn't training, it could fuck right off. God, she really knew how to pick him. Naruto was hardly better. She never thought she'd see the blonde crack a book if the majority of its content didn't consist of pictures. And then the preteen decided to spend the better part of 2 years absolutely devouring entire sections of the Konoha Public Library, searching for any clues on the whereabouts of his lost clan. The blonde's entire personality 180D, over a journal, a knapsack, some paintbrushes, and a couple of jars of ink. Oh right, the Uzumaki, Naruto's one weakness. Hey Naruto, didn't you tell Hinata earlier that you were going to go with her and Kiba to talk to her cousin? That seemed to have done it. The Jinchuriki unclenched his fists and backed off from the last Uchiha. Despite the fact Naruto was indeed easily distractible, she was still astounded by the fact that he was the one to back off and not Sasuke. The changes in Naruto sometimes perturbed her. She'd have sworn he was an imposter if she hadn't once tried to scrub the whisker marks from his face. That, and no matter how loud, quiet, focused, or distracted he got, Naruto was uniquely obnoxious in the way he could slither past your emotional defenses and just get you talking. You're a lucky man, Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto mocked, nose upturned and voice saturated with magnanimity. I forgot I'm rather busy today and have a date I can't possibly miss. I will have to postpone our spar for some other time. Teach. Sasuke clicked his tongue in frustration. Whatever, dope. Just don't hold back my progress. The brunette continued without his 2 teammates, content to train alone for the time being. Sakura let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. That rivalry had been ramping up as of late, and it was only a matter of time before those two got strong enough to start causing some real damage to one another. Oh man, I think I'm in love. A voice echoed out from the Academy's atrium, the wind carrying the haughty proclamation out to be disseminated amongst Konoha's public. The 2 remaining members of Team Irika shifted their bodies to face the direction of the voice, not in the least bit surprised to see from whom the declaration emanated. At the top of the worn, dull gray cement staircase stood Inuzuka Kiba, arms flung high in victory, with the indigo-haired Hyuga heiress standing 1 step below, her head bowed. She was doing her best to maneuver her bangs into a position that would cover her blushing cheeks. Sakura shivered as a sharp, frigid breeze blew through courtyard, rustling the golden-toned leaves of Konoha's imperial trees. Naruto tightened this crimson scarf, tucking the fluttering arms into his navy-colored jacket, and approached his boisterous friend. "En Naruto-kun," Hinata breathed out, blush growing deeper as she now had to contend with her crush, watching the histrionic displays of affection staged by their mutual best friend. Flanked on either side of her were the brash, love-struck Inuzuka and a bushy-haired cadet Sakura had only ever seen in passing. From what the Pinkette had noted in their few interactions was that, despite the time of day, the weather, or the environment, Kiba and Hinata's teammate refused to remove his sunglasses. Tall for their age group, the boy concealed himself in a long, gray trench coat, the collar upturned and obscuring the lower half of his face. Mid-twirl, the rambunctious Inuzuka caught sight of Naruto and Sakura. Without giving it a second for thought, Kiba leaped down the 4 flights of stairs, landing in front of a slack-jaw and semi-scandalized duo. "It has to be fate, you guys," he proclaimed gleefully, pearlescent teeth gleaming through an exuberant smile. "Out of all the possible jounin, we got her as our 4th-year sensei. You mind letting the group in on whatever it is you're babbling about, dog breath?" the blonde-haired Jinchuriki exclaimed. "Just that we have the hottest sensei around, Nara-chan," the dog-neen professed. "And I don't mean just mean in looks. The way she threatened me when she caught me looking at her chest, or the way she nicked my cheek with a kunai when I was distracted by her soft, toned thighs. She's a total alpha. I'm going to love this team," he declared, voice booming out over the courtyard as several cadets turned to look at their exuberant classmate. Satisfied with his demonstration, Kiba balled up his fists and placed them on his hips, chest puffed out and smirking in delight. Looking down, he took stock of Team Irika. Sakura, with her face buried in her palms, probably awed into silence by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Naruto, for his part, remained the same as he always did in the face of such overwhelming greatness, his jaw hanging and cobalt eyes saucer-sized. And their 3rd teammate— "Wait, hold up, where's your 3rd? Kiba questioned, interrupting his own antics. "Oh, Sasuke team?" Naruto remarked, pinky in ear, feigning nonchalance. "You guys just missed his highness turning tail and running from a spar." At that, Sakura's face shot up from between her hands, mouth fixed into a snarl and eyes locked onto her prey. "Come on, Naruto. You know you were the one that declined the challenge this time around," Sakura chastised, defending her man's honor. "In fact, if memory serves me right, I was the one who saved you from a battle with Sasuke-kun." Naruto craned his head back at his female teammate, cheeks puffed into a pout. "Details? Details, Sakura-chan," Naruto replied, waving a hand at her dismissively. Kiba found an opening and decided it was time for him to enter the fray. "Hey Naruto, what was rule number 8 of Uzumaki Ashina? Again?" "Damn it, buzz off Kiba," Naruto replied. "Since when do you know the rules of Uzumaki Ashina?" "Since I've had to listen to you rattle them off as unofficial mantras for the last 2 years. Kiba volleyed back. "Rule number 8. Don't overlook the details. They make up the whole." Fine. That's something I still need to work on that. Rule number 2, after all. At least to yourself, always be willing to admit to your faults. And make a plan to work on them. Speaking of a plan, I believe you all may have had one in mind?" spoke the tall, stoic bushel of hair standing in the back. Naruto peered over, examining the source of the voice. That was another thing he needed to work on, his awareness. He'd been so caught up in the daily banter that he'd somehow missed the pale-skinned paintbrush that completed Team Anko. A slight blush tinted his cheeks as he realized he'd forgotten to mind his manners. Making his way past Kiba, Naruto extended a hand out to the newcomer in greeting. "Sorry about that. Forgot my manners." The blonde apologized, addressing the silent cadet. "The name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you." The bushy-haired brunette, unaccustomed to physical contact with members outside of his clan, examined the offered hand. He could recognize the gesture. He wasn't an idiot. He'd seen people do this whenever they met for the first time. As two individuals got closer, the ritual could increase in complexity, including complicated, nonsensical hand signs that resembled seals, or evolving into full-on embraces. Figuring now was a good time as any to become more acquainted with the more casual aspects of formal friendship. He grasped the blonde's hand, gave it a firm shake. "Aburame Shino," he opened. Now, what was it his father had taught him was appropriate to say next? He'd memorized these growing up, for when he was out in public and couldn't communicate using bug pheromones. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto's face-splitting grin widened, happy to have welcomed another member into the crew. "Glad to see you're polite, Shino. With Kiba on your team, I was wondering if Hinata would be the lone beacon of civilization." "I am civilized, idiot," Kiba cut in. "Tell that to the mud you dragged onto my hardwood floor yesterday morning, dog breath." Sakura turned to Shino, figuring an orientation was in order. "Haruno Sakura," she stated, introducing herself and offering the same gesture of friendship Naruto had. Shino took the hand, noting the light scent of cherry blossoms that exuded from the young girl. "Usually, this sort of thing takes a while to work itself out," she whispered to him as Shino split his attention between the pinkett and the verbal tussle that broke out between the Uzumaki and Inuzuka. "Normally, we let them burn themselves out, but seeing as we have places to go, Hinata, could you do the honors?" Hinata, having spent the most time with the two loudmouths, was the most efficient at de-escalating the situation. It probably helped that out of everyone in the group, Naruto and Kiba held the most affection for her. "And Naruto-kun, shouldn't we be heading over to see my cousin now?" the white-eyed heiress stammered out. Mid-sentence, Naruto cut himself off, recognition evident as his cobalt eyes looked from Kiba to Hinata and back again. Kiba nodded toward Hinata, signaling that he too was done. Crossing his arms, the Inuzuka addressed his blonde-haired rival. "You may have won this battle, Uzumaki, but I'll win the war." "Keep dreaming, dog breath," Naruto replied, the two groups reforming and making their way toward the academy gate. The quintet made their way out of the, heading toward the official shinobi training grounds. So, if I may ask, Shino directed toward Sakura, what is the plan? The third training ground was found on the outskirts of the village, nestled between a tributary of the Kanahan River and one of the surrounding mountain ranges. In the summer, dense, green canopies blocked the sun's rays from gracing the forest floor, blanketing it in a season of shadow. That same forest floor was now quilted in the yellow and brown hues of autumn, painted by the trees' fallen foliage. As the forest parted, the ancestral oaks made way for the short viridian blades of the third training grounds glade, just large enough for a group of shinobi to train undisturbed. It was here that Team Guy had decided to spend their day honing their skills. As the quintet made their approach, they took note of the three figures who occupied the space. Sitting on a stump, sharpening a kunai with a whetstone, was the team's solitary female. Black hair done up in two buns and sporting a Cheongsam shirt, she hadn't noticed the group until she was alerted to their presence by her brown-haired teammate. Hyuga Niji needed no introduction. He was the graduating class's top rookie, and in Naruto's opinion, like most top rookies, an absolutely massive prick. If there was any evidence that Hinata was way too nice for her own good, it was that she constantly made excuses for this asshole's abusive behavior. You didn't see Naruto using his shitty childhood as an excuse to vandalize property and terrorize Konoha's security forces. Did you? Oh wait. Yeah, you totally did. He sometimes forgot about his pranking days. It was probably a blessing that he had yet to start practicing Fuinjutsu at that age. Even things as uncomplicated as storage seals could be devastating in the hands of the Jinchuriki. A lifetime of improvisation will do that to you. Niji turned his gaze toward his cousin, his pale eyes boring down into hers. Her steps stuttered, and Naruto could make out the sharp inhales as Hinata's respiratory rate began to slowly climb. The blonde reached his hand out and entwined his fingers with Hinata's, squeezing as if to say, "I'm here." In the face of her cousin's cold hostility, the gentle, reassuring warmth of Naruto's grip was enough to stifle the shiver that threatened to creep up her spine. Instead, she felt a glow slowly climb up her arm before it slowly spilled over, slowly smothering out the paralyzing grip of her anxiety. The searing ache that bubbled from her stomach was soothed, and Hinata swallows as resolution begins to reinforce her once shaky steps. Niji stepped out from the underneath the shadow of a looming oak, the tree's branches still clothed in the oranges, reds, and golds of the season's foliage. "I see you've brought the loser brigade with you, Hinata-sama," Niji chided, crossing his arms, widening his stance. "And it looks like you've added a few members to the party, though to be honest, I don't know why anyone would want to spend any amount of time with the clan's disgrace." Naruto sucked in a breath, brows furrowed, eyes narrowed, and a sharp boil shooting up from his abdomen. As a bark began to make its way up his throat, the lavender-eyed girl squeezed his hand in return, pleading with him to hold back the deluge of anger that threatened to breach the dam. But even with Naruto and Kiba at her back, she could still feel her throat constricting in terror, breaths again becoming inadequate before her cousin's dehumanizing gaze. It felt sore whenever she swallowed, but taking another step forward, she persisted. This was for Naruto, she repeated to herself. It was the mantra that powered every step. Niji and Ai-san Hinata began. "Cut it with the Anai-san crap, Hinata-sama," Niji hissed back. "Your crooked courtesies can't bury the decades of abuse my family has suffered at the hands of yours." "Yeah, you'd really know something about abusing family, wouldn't you?" the blonde struck out. "And what a clanless orphan know about our politics?" Niji growled, voice cruel and resentful. A squeeze from Hinata's hand stayed the Jinchuriki's tongue. Another gust ripped through clearing, bending the grass blades and scattering the fallen leaves into a mosaic of reds and browns. Her mouth refused her order to open, muscles tight, and resisting every inch she asked them to give. Her throat burned as she swallowed back the bile that threatened to spill forward. None of her thoughts would coalesce, but she was overrun by a torrent of nebulous and uncategorizable swell of emotions. Hinata clutched her hand in Naruto's, her anxiety threatening to breach the ramshackle defenses she'd built out of Naruto's encouragement. She had to let it out before the flood broke the wall, before everything she felt collapsed her into a miasma of stark, unmistakable failure. "Ena Nijian and Ai-san," her voice quaked out. "PPP Lise, we enanidi your HH help." Her cousin's eyes dimmed, the right corner of his mouth twitching as it fixed itself into a lopsided smile, expression sardonic. "That's not how we do things, Hinata-sama," he mocked. "If you want something from me, you know how this is done." Niji's hands reached behind his head, fingers untangling the array of knots that held his forehead protector in place. Hinata flinched at the sight of the caged bird seal, a painful reminder of the inhumane practices and cruel methods perpetrated in the name of the main family's safety. "Command me, Hinata-sama," Niji taunted. "Please nnii-san." Her shivering had become worse, the warmth from Naruto's hand no match for the cold sweat beating down her forehead. "No matter how cripplingly weak you may be, your fate is to be the clan head, and mine is to be your servant. You can have whatever you ask, Hinata-sama. Order me." "I won't nnii-san." Her legs wobbled, heavy and weak. The crisp autumn air couldn't stop the suffocating heat that threatened to overload her brain. She could feel the coppery taste hit the back of her throat, and she felt the room begin to spin. "Do it, Hinata."
Vuvuvonte.
The dam would not hold anymore. Hinata's legs collapsed beneath her, the Hyuga heiress jerking forward and retching as she finally heaved bile onto the ground before Niji. Trembling, the young girl wrapped her quivering arms around herself, her instincts unleashed from their restraints. Dust and dirt kicked up into the air as Sakura slid next to her friend, bringing Hinata close as she tried to calm the violent quivering. "You're a goddamn asshole, Niji," Kiba shouted, eliciting a smirk from the Hyuga boy. "If it is Hinata's destiny to never overcome her weak sentimentality, my words will be the least of her worries." Kiba cocked an arm back, legs sprung and ready to deliver a punch to the arrogant Hyuga prodigy. Naruto slipped in under the Inuzuka's outstretched arm, pulling Kiba back before he provoked the genin into a fight. "You should follow the Uzumaki's example, Inuzuka," Niji jeered at the two cadets. "At least he knows his place, and when not to meddle." Sakura helped a staggering Hinata to her feet, shunting her away from the clamor and back toward the field's exit. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Naruto shook his head at the fuming Inuzuka. Kiba's obsidian, slit-like eyes followed the trajectory of the Uzumaki's blue ones, tracing them back to the retreating forms of Sakura and Hinata. Anger ebbing, the dog Nin snatched his shoulder away from the Uzumaki's grip, marching past Shino to join the girl's retreating forms. Satisfied that the situation had been defused, Naruto turned his back to the errant Hyuga and made his way past the Aburame. Only Shino remained in place, expressionless, a sunglass-covered stare pointed at Niji. The air still lay thick with tension, but neither the Aburame nor the Hyuga betrayed a hint of apprehension. "I would prefer if, in the future, you would refrain from further traumatizing my teammate," Shino spoke, breaking the silence. "Hinata seems to enjoy collecting a plethora of losers," Niji hurled. "I suggest you avoid entangling yourself in our clan's affairs, stranger. When your clan's affairs begin to interfere with my teammate, they become my problem," Shino responded, effect flat. "Don't think I will allow your petty, illogical resentments to afflict the well-being of my companions." Undisturbed, Niji cracked his neck, crouching low with his hands extended as he entered the fighting stance of his clan's gentle fist. "And what do you suppose you're going to do about it, Aburame?" Shino remained motionless, hands in his pockets. "If that time comes, I will come at you without fear or hesitation," Shino responded, tone unchanged. "Remember, Hyuga, there are places your divination cannot reach." At Shino's threat, Niji let out an incredulous guffaw, slipping out of his fighting stance. "Oh, I look forward to the day when you feel compelled to make do on your threat, Aburame." With one final laugh, Niji about-faced the bug user, making his way to his female teammate. Finding the Hyuga sufficiently far from hearing range, Shino expelled a sigh. That had not been anywhere in his day's plans. Turning away from the clearing, Shino made out a head of blonde hair waving its arms in the distance. His brown-haired teammate beckoned him, his own arms raised and gesturing for the Aburame to come join them. In all honesty, this was something else he hadn't entirely expected. He was pleasant and easygoing, sure, but he felt lucky to have been placed on team so inviting. Within the span of a few hours, outside of his home and amongst complete strangers, the habitually stoic Abiram had discovered what it was like to have friends, to have a place you belong. The quintet sat perched on the short, pale wooden fence that demarcated the edge of the training field. Hinata was no longer gasping for air, but her breaths remained labored, chest heaving deeply with each inhalation and head thrown back in exhaustion. Sakura remained right next to the lavender-eyed cadet, jade eyes cast downward staring at her tightly clasped hands. A frown marred her usually bright demeanor. "I didn't know things were that bad between you and your cousin," Sakura whimpered in a hushed voice. "We should have listened to Naruto. No favor was worth putting you through that." It's okay. Sakura," Hinata drudged out between breaths. "I don't begrudge him for hating me. I hope you'll excuse us if we don't share your sympathy, Hinata," Naruto remarked, tone deflated and defeated. A pattering of quick steps called their attention to a blur of dark green and orange blazing down the worn dirt path. A cloud kicked up in the object's wake. Scrunching his eyes tight, Kiba could make out a sheen of black atop the object's head, the village's signature forehead protector tied around his waist. His hands and wrists were bandaged in white wraps, and with the liquid grace of his movements, Kiba could guess that whoever this person was, he must have been a proficient user of taijutsu. As the shinobi drew closer, the pattering grew into a thunder, a light tremble beginning to permeate the ground the group stood upon. No signs of stopping, the Inuzuka lunged out of the way as the mystery man barreled to a halt. His eyes were perfectly circular, topped by two pitch-black shrubs that mildly resembled eyebrows. Sporting a black bowl cut and green jumpsuit, the shinobi looked more like joke than a warrior. "Yash!" the green beast shouted in greeting. "I apologize for my teammate's most unyouthful behavior. A life of tragedy has turned his disposition sour, but I assure you that there is goodness in his depths." The group was slack-jawed and silent, the 5 cadets standing in shock, perturbed by the exuberant abomination before them. None moved, both too mystified and terrified by the youthful genin. Noticing the widened, trembling eyes of the blonde Jinchuriki, the green-clad shinobi thrust his hand out in salutation, hoping to jolt Naruto out of his consternation. "Where are my manners? I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee." Swallowing his hesitance, Naruto reached out and grasped the weird, boisterous shinobi's hand with his own. Despite the bandages, the blonde could still feel the coarse bumps of the other boy's calluses. Despite his serene and carefree composure, Lee's grip was solid and tight. "Uzumaki Naruto," the blonde answered. "Allow me to introduce my friends. The one with the red face paint and bad manners is Kiba," Naruto explained as he pointed to the fang-toothed Inuzuka. "The guy who looks like a human paintbrush is Shino. The porcelain-skinned princess is your asshole teammate's cousin, Hinata." Hinata felt her head go woozy and the labored breaths coming back at hearing the blonde's words. "Oh, and yeah, the last one is Sakura. Wow, I don't even get an insult. I thought we were better friends than that, Naruto." As Lee set his perfectly circular eyes upon the pinkett, his heart clenched and rebounded hard against the inner wall of his chest. The boy's breath hitched, and he could feel his cheeks tingle. Sliding over to the increasingly uncomfortable Haruno, the boy winked and blew her a kiss. "Sakura, please go out with me," the green boy declared. "I'll protect you with my life." The green-eyed preteen grabbed hold of her blue-haired companion's shoulders and leapt, flipping behind her and placing a buffer between herself and the enthusiastic, green-clad romantic. "Oh," Sakura squeaked out, trying her best to hide from the boy's unwanted attention. "I'm sorry, Lee-san, you caught me at a bad time," Sakura remarked, circling around Hinata as Lee tried to get a better look at his new crush. I didn't wear any makeup this morning." "Yash, do not sell your natural beauty short, my cherry blossom," he exclaimed, attempting to peer behind Hinata. This, however, had the unintended consequence of placing Lee within breathing distance of the young Hyuga, who could barely tolerate the proximity. Watching as Sakura grew increasingly distressed at Lee's advances, Kiba took this as his cue to intervene. In an attempt to catch his attention, The Inuzuka reached his hand out to grasp the martial artist's shoulder. Purely working off muscle memory, the genin grasped the outstretched arm, leveraged Kiba over his shoulder, turned out of the girl's way and flipped the dog user onto the ground. A puff of dust kicked up off the ground, Kiba wide-eyed as the maneuver had caught him completely by surprise. Lee, embarrassed by the display, quickly latched onto the Inuzuka's wrist and helped him onto his feet. "I apologize, Kiba. I was caught unawares and acted on instinct," Lee bellowed in apology. "I did not come here looking to start a fight," he continued. "I was attracted by your youthful spirits and came to ask what brought you to seek the help of my teammate." Sakura exchanged a quick glance with Naruto, urging him to take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself. The blonde nodded his affirmation, deciding that, out of options, this was the only route that would allow them to continue forward. "Well, Lee-san," Naruto opened, "the story is rather sort of complicated, kind of unbelievable if you really begin to think about it. Either way, we're looking for a really trustworthy genin to help us out and gather information from the Konoha Public Library. Would you be willing to hear us out over a bowl of ramen?" Without a second thought, Lee flashed a sparkling smile and shot the blonde a thumbs up, demonstrating to the group his patented nice guy pose. "Whatever you tell, Uzumaki Naruto, trust that Rock Lee will listen and help in whatever way he can." Naruto returned the infamous Uzumaki grin to Lee's pose. "Naruto," the calm, deep voice of Shino called, "I believe it would be wise if we deposit the tired Lady Hinata at her home. And no, Pee-Pee, please don't fuss over me. I'll be fine," Hinata countered. I can keep going. I'm just a little tired." "I think Shino's right, Haim-chan," the blonde opined. "We have to meet for our first assignments tomorrow, and it wouldn't be right for us to force you out with us when you're this exhausted." Why you're not forcing me, Naruto-kun?" A hint of frustration beginning to seep into the Hyuga's voice. "I want to see this through with you. This matters to me too, Naruto-kun." For the second time in as many days, Naruto was struck by the boldness with which the usually timid Hinata was speaking. Her stutter was minimizing, and occasionally it completely disappeared. "Why you don't have to protect me all the time, Naruto-kun. I don't want you to protect me all the time. Please, just let me be there for you." Before Naruto could bring any dispute of his own, the sprightly form of Rock Lee hooped and thrust a punch into the air. "Well spoken, Hinata. Such a youthful spirit will only bring greatness." "I don't think you have the space to argue anymore, Naruto," Sakura cut in. "Hinata's going, whether you like it or not." Relenting, the Uzumaki sighed. "I guess there's no beating you, Haim-chan. You win this round." The corners of her lips quirked upward, a small smile gracing Hinata's face. "I apologize, but my family requested I be back before dinner time," Shino stated. "I will have to give a rain check for this outing." "Yeah, my parents are being a little more strict now that I'm entering 4th year," Sakura chimed in. "I'll also have to bow out for tonight." Naruto nodded, though the disappointment was evident on Lee's face. Kiba gave a light elbow to the passing Hinata, the way he usually teased her concerning their blonde-haired friend. The quintet, now having added Rock Lee, began to make his way down the dirt path, back toward the city proper. The sun had begun its descent behind the horizon by the time the quartet had reached Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing his favorite group approaching the stand, Tucci reignited the stove and left the kitchen lights on. Ayam had already headed home, but serving the young team of cadets a little after hours had never created a problem for the chef. Pulling the curtain back, Tucci allowed the 4 youths to pass him and take their seats at the center of the counter. He usually closed early on Sunday evenings, but had allowed Naruto and his friends to stay as a haven away from curious ears. Hinata took her position at the blonde's left, while Kiba sat to the right of their new friend, leaving Naruto and Lee at the center of their array. As Naruto began to impart his tale to the black-haired genin, Tucci took the young trainees' orders and began preparing their meals. Occasionally, Hinata or Kiba would interject with the roles they had played in the mystery, painting a portrait of miniature detectives fumbling blind through an opaque, mystifying world. 20 minutes had passed when the chef placed their steaming bowls in front of them, but it was the first time he had ever seen Naruto not give priority to any ramen within reaching distance. Rock Lee's eyes remained fixed on Naruto's ramen bowl, growing cold as he found himself captured by the curious and colorful tale of the Uzumaki clan. Another 20 minutes had passed before Naruto finally tore open a packet of chopsticks, breaking their conjoining and rolling away stray splinters. Dipping the sticks into his bowl, Naruto began to stir together the ingredients, addressing Lee as he prepared his meal. "It doesn't make sense," Naruto stated. "Why would the history of an entire clan would be hidden from the general populace, but be open and readily available to any shinobi? It's like someone is trying to erase evidence of the clan's existence, but that they've also done a really half-assed job about it." "All I want is to help bring my clan back," the blonde explained, "to continue the traditions they left behind, and to immortalize the memories of the ones long past. But we're met with a roadblock at every turn." "And Hokage-sama has explained to you why he does not want to tell you?" Lee questioned. "He's afraid if word gets out that I'm actually the last Uzumaki, I'll be walking around with a target on my back. We haven't told too many people, and for most, the incident at the academy has long been forgotten. But I can't forget this. Who knows how many of us are out there, alone and wondering if there's anyone left. Our place is together, here in Konoha, as one of the great clans, and it's my goal to bring us all together." "A mighty journey you've set out for yourself, Naruto. Your youth burns brightly," commended Lee. "Aren't you afraid for yourself? It sounds like a dangerous journey, attempting to reclaim the pride of your clansmen." "Of course I'm afraid," Naruto responded. "This whole thing is crazy. The idea that someone might be willing to risk their life just to kill me because I'm the last Uzumaki, or the thought that the truth has been buried so deeply that not a single one of the adults has let slip a single thing about where I may have come from. Or even that, if I do manage to rebuild our clan, there'll always be someone conspiring to finish the job the Cloud and Mist bastards started. But I'm not going to go back on my word, Lee, because that's my nindo." Lee took a sip from his glass of water, silent, analyzing the moral complexity of the situation. While he sympathized with the blonde, the Hokage's stance on the issue was both fair and logical. Whatever this secret was, the Hokage and those in power had conspired to keep this knowledge from Naruto and had gone to great lengths to leave him in the dark. There were few things that merited this level of secrecy, even within the reality of the shinobi world. Therein lied the rub, didn't it? Whatever this secret was, it was so dangerous that if it became public knowledge, Naruto's life would immediately be in danger. But if it got out without his knowledge, Naruto would be unaware and unprepared for the forces that came after him. Naruto, by virtue of his place in the conspiracy, was already in danger. And thus Rock Lee had his answer. "Naruto," the young genin began, "your story has moved me, and I sympathize with your plight. I will assist you in retrieving this information." The blonde hopped out of his chair, fist raised in celebration. As Naruto was about to embrace Lee, the martial artist lifted an open palm to him, signaling he had yet to finish. However, the green-clad shinobi continued, "I believe the Hokage's reasons are justified. If the secret is really as important the conspiracy indicates, you may not be ready for it until you've become strong enough not only to protect yourself, but to protect your friends as well. With this in mind, I have one stipulation for you. You must first defeat me in a spar. Only then can I feel justified in my decision to help you." Lee's eyes were not those of a ebullient, happy-go-lucky joker he had pegged the fuzzy-browed genin to be. They were hard, resolute, unswayable. Lee put forth his open hand, tacitly asking the blonde if they had a deal. The blonde knew that the only way he was going to get what he wanted was by going through Lee. They had taken a risk asking a strange genin for his assistance, but Lee had ended up being an ally better than any they could have hoped for. Even his condition was more for the blonde's benefit than his own. Naruto clasped the bandaged hand in his own, acknowledging the other boy's arrangement. "All right, bushy brows," the young Jinchuriki stated. "We've got a deal." "You know," Kiba interjected, "there's light out for another hour and a half. We could head to the academy fields if we want to get around in today. What do you think, Lee? You up for that spar today?" Naruto proposed. "Yash, I am always up for a spar, Naruto." Lee proceeded to grab his bowl and tip the rim to his lips. Lifting, he proceeded to guzzle the bowl's contents down his throat, several audible gulps escaping the black-haired boy's gullet. Taking his enthusiasm as a challenge, Naruto followed suit, before shoveling a mouthful of ramen into his own maw, inhaling the mass of salty noodles in a voracious display of gluttony. Stepping out from beneath the stand's curtains, the quartet bid farewell to the paternal ramen chef. Greeting them outside of the tent was the tall, lithe form of Hinata's Hyuga caretaker. His customary bandana hiding the top of his spiky brown hair, Ko ran his pale, pupil-less eyes over his charge's companions, brows furrowing as they fell upon the form of the young girl's blonde crush. Ko-san, have you come to collect me? Unable to remain irritated in her presence, the bodyguard offered the young girl a warm, small smile. Yes, Hinata-sama, your father requests your presence at once. To then please allow me to bid farewell to my friends, she requested. Her bodyguard bowed in response. Ellie-san, it was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for all you have done for us today. Bending at the waist, Hinata bowed toward her senior, who returned the formality with gusto. It has been my pleasure as well, Hinata. I would hope for a chance to spar against you soon. Turning toward Kiba, Hinata enveloped her friend in quick, tight hug. Thanks for joining me out there today. I couldn't have stood up to Niji without you. Come on, what else are friends for? The Inuzuka teased. We'd go to hell and back for each other. Finally, Hinata came face to face with Naruto. She had hugged him before, but she'd never held him like she had no. Hinata craned her head into the crook of the blonde's neck, appreciating the closeness the two had developed over the past day.
Naruto-kun.
She began, voice soft and relaxed. Thank you for today. Pulling her head up to his ear, she continued in a light, wispy tone. Even in front of Niji, you never let me go. She pulled back, the pink blush fully in her control, never escaping her cheekbones. Thank you for showing me I could. It was Naruto's turn to be speechless, cheeks burning at the girl's closeness. Lips slightly parted, and eyes lost in wonder, Naruto nodded to her dumbly.
Come, Hinata-sama. Ko beckoned.
Let's go home. Watching the two Hyuga disappearing into the vacant, sleepy, Sunday evening streets, the blonde felt an unfamiliar tingle well in his stomach. The feeling began to tickle his arms, and he took notice of the way every breath dragged currents of cool air to fill his lungs. His ear picked up the sound of his heart skipping a beat, and as he watched her form retreat out of sight, he had the sudden, inexplicable feeling of just wanting to see her again. The three males reached the academy grounds as last rays of sunlight peeked over the monument. A blend of orange, pink, and purple hues painted the evening sky. The soft buzz of Konoha's lampposts filled the nearly empty streets, a melancholy punctuation to the day's events. For most people, that is, Naruto had one last thing to do. Unzipping his jacket, Naruto let the evening's cold air put him on edge, energizing his relaxed, lethargic nerves. Squatting, the blonde began to stretch out the muscles in his legs, loosening them out of their tense repose. Pulling his elbows behind his head, Naruto felt his shoulders and back warm from the activity. Limber, the blonde felt satisfied. He lowered himself onto the cold, grassy scape of the academy training field, crossing his legs and letting his lids lightly shudder over his eyes. He pushed out the day's concerns. Tomorrow's meeting, the weight of the match, the warm shiver that creeped up his stomach when he thought of Hinata's deep, pearl-colored eyes. They faded farther into the background as Naruto felt the prickle of the wind become sharper, the crowing of the evening birds more focused. Clear-minded, the Jinchuriki opened his eyes to see Lee staring back, stance wide, one arm behind his back and warm, inviting the cadet to try his luck. Naruto stood, unclasping the buckles of his crimson satchel, removing a paintbrush and roll of paper from the pack. Kiba stepped between the two, nodding first to Lee, then to Naruto, ensuring that both parties were ready for their bout. Receiving the go-ahead, the Inuzuka shot his arm into the air. Cerulean orbs met black ones, flitting left and right as the opponents tried to decipher each other's first move. Naruto's grip tightened around the scroll and his paintbrush, a single bead of sweat rolling down his arm. Kiba threw down his arm, calling out, "Hajime!" Lee closed the distance between them before Naruto could even bring his hands into the familiar cross-shaped seal. The only space he was given was when the green-clad genin kicked the blonde cadet back, launching him across the length of the field. Unrelenting, Lee thundered after the airborne Uzumaki. Disoriented but focused, Naruto finally completed the hand sign, 3 clones bursting into existence. One of the clones changed the blonde's trajectory, launching their creator upward while the second and third engaged the martial artist. Lee swung a single kick at the inbound forms, dispelling both before turning his attention toward the third clone. Despite his speed, Lee was unable to reach the clone before it had completed the 4-seal sequence to the Suiden no Jutsu, unleashing the torrent at his fuzzy-browed friend. Lee crossed his arms, the force of the attack pushing him back as he dug his heels into the ground. The airborne Naruto used the opening created by his clone to prepare an attack of his own, launching a barrage of kunai upon the earthbound genin. Catching sight of the incoming attack, Lee leapt at the oncoming projectiles, snatching the first and using it to deflect the second and third. Lee launched his stolen kunai back at its owner, just in time for Uzumaki's lone shadow clone redirected the stream in his direction. Slammed back down to earth, Lee tumbled back as he saw new clones attack him from either side, grabbing hold of his arms. Twisting, the genin broke free of the clone's grip before slamming his fists into their chests, dispelling them in a tuft of smoke. Observing as the original Naruto landed on the ground, Lee made a beeline toward his opponent, leaving the gush of rushing water trailing behind him. Halfway to the Uzumaki, Lee was launched upward by a line of explosive tags that had been laid in anticipation of the genin's approach. Tumbling through the air, Lee righted himself in time to notice another hail kunai. Noticing the explosive tags, Lee spun a kick into the leading projectile, launching it back at the barrage and detonating them safely away from him. Lee exhaled as he landed safely opposite Naruto, feeling a little more tired than expected. His bag of tricks was still deep, while Naruto had resorted to using the several same attacks on. Lee knew he was fast enough to avoid the clone's Suiten Jutsu, as well as to dodge any of Naruto's projectiles whenever he wasn't airborne. He just had to actually reach him. Taking a gambit, Lee decided to straight for the clone. The Kage Bunshin ran through the familiar 4 seals before unleashing another torrent upon the coming genin. Rather than dodge, Lee launched a series of twirling kicks at the stream, cutting through the attack with sheer physicality. Reaching the clone, Lee dispelled it with a punch. He cut quickly to his right and barreled toward the original. And just as he had expected, the blonde had not laid any explosive tags where he had expected the clone to be covering. Launching his hand wraps at the young cadet, he tangled the Jinchuriki and yanked him close. Without any space to dodge, Lee began unleashing a flurry of spinning kicks upon the defenseless Naruto, each successive attack further lifting both combatants into the air. At the peak of his ascent, Lee grabbed a hold of the blonde and launched him back toward the ground, a cloud of dirt blooming out as he hit the earth. Lee dove straight for his opponent, foot extended and ready to break the young Jinchuriki. However, rather than hit the Uzumaki, Lee crashed his kick right next to the heaving blonde, unwilling to continue exacting damage during a spar. Lee was heaving as well, but it was evident he had won their bout. Naruto struggled to stand, Kiba rushing to his side and offering the blonde his shoulder. "You fought well, Naruto," the young genin congratulated. "Had those explosive tags been lethal, I might have suffered more damage." Through labored breaths, Naruto squeezed out his own set of compliments. "You didn't even use ninjutsu," the blonde exhaled. "How am I supposed to come close to beating you?" The black-haired shinobi's eyes grew heavy, and he offered Naruto a sad smile. "Naruto," he started, "I can't use ninjutsu." Both Kiba and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The once raucous battlefield became silent, the heavy breathing of both fighters the only sound permeating the air. "It's funny," Lee continued. "Some people are born lucky to be prodigies. Battle just comes naturally to them like breathing or eating. Then you get everyone else with average natural abilities, but who can work hard to overcome their weaknesses and grow to be pretty great shinobi. And then you get me, rarer than a prodigy. I was born without the ability to mold chakra externally. If I had been born average, I would have been gifted an advantage everyone else seems to take for granted. Most jutsu above the kawarimi technique or simple bunshin are simply beyond me. The only thing available to me is taijutsu. You did a great job, beating my ass, with only taijutsu, Naruto retorted, giving the green-clad genin a thumbs up. Because I had to find a way to make this work. All I ever wanted to be was a shinobi, and I wasn't going to let some birth defect stop me. Lee made his way over to the blonde and picked him up from his other shoulder. Staggering over toward the benches, Lee and Naruto collapsed, with Naruto much worse for wear compared to the martial artist. My only blessing was that I have a sensei who wholeheartedly believes in me, who pushes me, even when I think I've used every last inch of myself. Lee shifted in the bench, turning his gaze toward the two cadets. His breathing became more even as he delivered to them his resolution. Someday, I will prove to my teammate that we can fight the fate we've been given. Our only shackles are the ones to which we succumb. Even a genius of hard work can defeat a natural one. Naruto's breathing began to even out, though his legs still burned in protest as he tried to lift himself from the bench. Kiba caught the blonde before he fell onto the cold, hard earth. Lee, Naruto scratched out through parched lips. Give me your hands. Real quick. Curious, Lee extended his arms out to the blonde, who delivered a small jolt of chakra to each. A seal array glowed green before turning ashy and crumbling into the wind. Lee felt his full energy return the moment the seal dissipated. Body aches clearing and breath completely even. I placed a draining seal on you, Naruto continued. It's still pretty weak. Without using ninjutsu, you probably barely felt it. On anyone else, a seal so simple can be truly devastating. My curse became yours as well, Naruto. I guess I'll need to find another way to beat you, the blonde exhaled. Lee stood up, dusting off his green jumpsuit. I will let you to face me once a week, until you can finally beat me. But you better not slack off, he warned. I'm going to be training the entire time. No way, bushy brows. You have my word. I will train, every day, until I can beat you. The green-clad shinobi gave the two cadets a wave, a symphony of crickets and setting sun staging his disappearance into the crisp Konohan night. Is this the kind of impression you want to make on the first day, Naruto? Irika screeched. The team had agreed to meet at Training Ground 10, a small, rarely used plot of land found at the edge of the city's northern sector. While it was one of the few training areas within the city proper, the tight space and lack of vegetation meant it poorly simulated most environs in which a shinobi might find themselves doing battle. The gnarled, bare branches of the clearing's few trees offered few hiding places, and with the exception of 5 well-worn training dummies and the browning, fragile, half-broken blades of grass, it was just an empty field. Irika had chosen it specifically because he had hoped the tiny space and sparse amenities would provide little distraction to his team of aspiring genin. Unfortunately, Naruto seemed to have found a way to circumvent their sensei's objectives. Despite the blonde cadet's transformation over the last 2 years, his penchant for mischief still presented itself on occasion. The scar-faced teacher shook his head in defeat, sighing as he reached for his knapsack. The blonde grinned sheepishly. He probably overdid it last night. Really, with how quickly he healed, he probably could have foregone the bandages this morning and left them at home. But he wanted to show off the battle scars that his bout with the black-haired genin had left him. And because of how quickly his wounds healed, the blonde knew he would need a more obvious way to symbolize his injuries. And thus, the blonde had buried his left eye in a mass of white medical wraps, leaving tufts of wild, blonde hair spiking out from between the folds as the bandage encircled his scalp. Hamming up the performance, Naruto had decided to imitate a mummy as best he can, and covered his arms from top to bottom in an even thicker layer of fabric. Sorry, Irika-sensei. I had a bit of an accident while trying to combine the explosive tag formula with the henge no jutsu, the blonde explained to the group. Experimental seals can be kind of fickle. Irika crossed his arms over his chest, leering over the disruptive Uzumaki. At least you're not graffitiing the Hokage monument, the scar-faced Jounin sighed. Pulling 3 sheets of paper from his pack, Irika handed one out to each of his students. Now, while our 4th-year lessons are supposed to be focused on teamwork, I figure that we can't really know each other if we first don't know ourselves. What I've given you here are sheets of chakra litmus paper. Putting your chakra into it dash. The blonde's paper split in half before each half folded over. Soggy. Can't you let me finish, Naruto? Irika cried out, right as the Uchiha had decided to follow the Uzumaki's lead. The corner of Sasuke's paper wrinkled before igniting and falling into ash. Irika couldn't suppress the sigh that escaped his lips. Well, Sakura, their sensei addressed. You might as well find out for yourself. Peering at her paper, Sakura injected a sliver of her chakra into the slip she had been given, watching as the paper-hardened pieces flaking off as it crumbled into dust. She glanced at Irika, eyes wide in wonder as the remnants were carried off by the autumn wind. Elemental affinities aren't something we really cover in the academy, but are rather fundamental to your development as a shinobi. Irika began. The special paper I just gave you reacts to the innate properties of your chakra to reveal each of your particular chakra affinities. Pointing towards his brunette student, the scar-faced Jounin continued with his explanation. The Uchiha were well known for being the village's most capable arsonists, so it's no surprise Sasuke has an affinity to fire. However, it seems that you're also just as naturally talented with lightning. The Uchiha remained silent, shrugging his shoulders and leaning against one of the training dolls. Irika shifted his attention toward the blonde, who could barely contain his glee. The wind type is pretty rare here in Konoha, though considering your lineage, I'm not entirely surprised. Off the top of my head, I can really only think of one Jounin with an affinity for wind, but seeing as he's on a long-term mission outside of the village, you might have to master it on your own. Deflated, Naruto puffed his cheeks in disappointment and crossed his arms over his chest. Well, I guess I'm used to that sort of thing by now, the blonde grumbled. What about my affinity for water? Irika gave the Uzumaki a nod, addressing the young blonde's concerns. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a master with the element, but it's my second best by far, so I have a few techniques I can show you when the time comes. The pinkette raised her hand in the air, drawing the attention of the group's sensei. Yes, Ms. Haruno? You said, when the time comes. Does that mean you're not going to teach us any techniques today, Irika-sensei? She questioned. Irika could feel Sasuke and Naruto's stares trying their hardest to crack him. I wouldn't put it that way, Sakura, their young teacher explained, hoping to calm the overly eager males. The first step to mastering your natural affinity is learning how to properly control and channel your chakra. But Irika-sensei, the blonde cut in, I already know how to use a water jutsu. What's chakra control going to do for me? A great question, Naruto, the brunette teacher addressed. Though the hand seals help manipulate the chakra into the form you want, they only do the bulk of the work. They can tell your chakra to become water-like, but they don't transform your chakra into the water itself. Not only are your jutsu less effective, but you're also using more chakra just trying to get started. A fully molded and manipulated technique will be far stronger than one that is incomplete. So what are you going to do to show us how to better control our chakra? Sasuke interrogated. Thank you for that segue, Sasuke, the Yumino responded, Aikido ing the Uchiha's sharp comment into his lesson plan. Reaching into his hip pocket, Irika tossed a kunai at each of his students' feet. We're going to learn how to walk up trees. The Uchiha scoffed before rolling his eyes, while Naruto's visible eyelid began twitching in response. Tree walking, sensei? The blonde began. How is that going to help us control our chakra? Perhaps a demonstration is in order. Irika moved toward one of the field's few trees, walking up the trunk until he reached the first branch. You need to proper channel the chakra in your feet in order to adhere to the tree. Too little force decreased the amount of chakra he channeled into his feet. Irika began to slide down before catching himself and once again sticking to the trunk. And you'll slide right down. Too much chakra dash. Irika spiked the amount this time, denting the tree and propelling himself in the group's direction. Hands landing first, Irika handsprung and flipped onto his feet, landing in front of his wide-eyed students. Occasionally, Irika would indulge in theatricality. Too much chakra, and you'll blow yourself right off of the tree trunk. It's not just about learning how to properly channel your own chakra, but to understand what too little or too much feels like. Irika continued. The kunai are there for you to mark your way up. Sasuke bent down, snatching the kunai from the ground and giving the naked tree a skeptical look. If that doesn't convince you guys, how about this? Their young sensei proposed. As soon as you can make it all the way up and down that tree without any breaks, I'll give each of you a new jutsu to learn. Naruto broke off into a sprint toward the closest tree, kunai in hand and with a mission to accomplish. He shouldn't have been surprised it only took them an entire morning and half of an afternoon. Sakura had a natural inclination toward fine chakra control, and Naruto and Sasuke were both naturally talented and hardworking. Adding an incentive just poured fuel on the proverbial fire. The boys attacked the tree with vigor, though it was the young girl who mastered the exercise first. Offering her advice to Naruto, who was then needed to transmit the information past the Uchiha's ego, she helped put into words what fine-tuning their chakra was supposed to feel like. Sasuke had been second, smirking at the blonde as he stepped off the tree and onto the ground, having completed a full lap up and down his tree. Naruto, however, was stuck trying to manage the pivot from going up to coming back down. He had kept coming unstuck as he lifted one leg to turn on the other, not able to compensate for having to hold himself to the trunk with only one foot. Climbing up after her friend, Sakura gave Naruto a steady shoulder to lean on, while Sasuke went over to a training doll to hone his shuriken and kunai work. The sun hung steady and bright over the field as lunchtime came and went. Within the following hour, Naruto had finally made his way back down the trunk, finally catching up to his teammates in mastering the tree-walking technique. Pulling several scrolls from his knapsack, Irika walked over to the trio and began to explain the next phase of their training. I didn't expect to give these to you until the end of the day, but I guess now is as good of a time as any. Walking over to Sakura, he handed the girl 3 scrolls. Sadly, I only know 2 Earth-style jutsu, the Mud Wall and the Mud Shot. They're both rudimentary, but they will help you become familiar with the feel of Earth release techniques. What's in the 3rd scroll, sensei? Sakura asked. The 3rd is a set of instructions on exercises to help you master Earth manipulation. He turned toward Sasuke and handed the boy another set of 3 scrolls. Fire is my best nature, but to be honest, Sasuke, I don't have anything the Uchiha's archives don't. I do, however, have a basic offensive lightning technique that should prove useful. Unable to hide his curiosity, the Uchiha snagged the proffered scroll from Irika and opened it with a speedy poise. The scattering drops technique shoots out a number of thunderbolts at your opponent. It's faster than the Phoenix Fire, but at the cost of power. The other 2 scrolls are for the fire and lightning exercises. Sasuke nodded, taking the other 2 scrolls and laying them next to his first. Finally, Irika made his way toward the blonde, who could hardly contain his excitement. Seeing as you already know one water jutsu, I figured we should focus on a wind technique, Irika stated, handing Naruto the first scroll. The breakthrough technique is a very basic wind jutsu, expelling a gust to blow back your opponents. Imbue it with enough chakra, and you'll be able to stop any projectile coming your way. So basically, the best defensive is sometimes a great offense? The blonde questioned. Something like that, though you'd be hard-pressed to find any defensive wind-style jutsu. At least in Konoha. With so few wind masters, there hasn't been too much innovation on that front. Irika handed the blonde the 2 scrolls for the wind and water exercises before returning to center stage. Placing his hands into the familiar cross-shaped seal, the teacher created a set of 3 shadow clones. Since we've got a few hours till sundown, how about we try our hand at nature manipulation? His brain felt fried. Irika's shadow clone had had him trying to learn how to slice a leaf with his chakra. It was supposed to help him understand how wind worked and how to best manipulate his chakra to refine it into wind. Needless to say, it had not gone well. His chakra reserves were barely touched, yet the amount of concentration he needed to so much as put a small crease on the leaf had been taxing. Sure, seals required concentration, but they weren't as abstract as nature manipulation. He understood the basics behind a formula. This wind exercise, it required a lot of imagination. Irika had already dismissed the team, Sakura heading back home for supper, while Sasuke tried his hardest to ignite his leaf. Laying down, Naruto watched as the first signs of dusk began to appear on the horizon. Pulling in the evening's cool air, Naruto took a deep breath before closing his eyes and pushing the day's thoughts and struggles to the side. As his senses opened themselves to the abundant signs of life that permeated the clearing, he could make out the crunching of grass beneath the heft of sandaled feet. Naruto exhaled and allowed his eyes to open, his single exposed cobalt iris staring back into Sasuke's near black ones. "You know, Dobe," Sasuke began. "You could have just said you got your ass handed to you." The blonde pursed his lips and exhaled a deep breath. Turning his eyes back toward the horizon, Naruto gave a quick nod to his left. The Uchiha complied, crossing his legs and taking a place next to the blonde's head. "I know you've been itching to tell me what happened, so how about we skip the usual banter and you get to the point?" Naruto tucked his outstretched legs underneath his backside and sat himself up. Removing the bandages from his face and revealing his other crystal blue eye, Naruto looked at the bemused smirk that graced his rival's face. "I don't think you'd stand much of a chance, Sasuke," Naruto provoked. "He's got a year of extra training on us, and he's too fast." "Yeah, but everything's too fast for you," Dobe Sasuke hit back. "He can easily cross an academy field in 2 seconds, and he's got insane taijutsu. He kicked his way through my Suidan no jutsu, and I get the feeling he was taking it easy against me." Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Naruto, asking his companion to continue with his story. "The guy is teammates with that Neji bastard, so it's no surprise he's also super strong. I wouldn't be surprised if he could crush a rock without using a drop of chakra." "All right, Naruto," Sasuke interjected, having gleaned enough from the other boy's narrative. "You win. You've intrigued me. Where do we find this guy?" "His name is Rock Lee, and he usually trains out by Training Ground 3 with the rest of his team. That guy practices all day, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's still out there. So in summary, he's an incredibly fast taijutsu user who hits like a truck and trains with a hyuga. Anything else you want to tell me, Dobe?" The blonde gave Sasuke a wide grin and shook his head in the negative. "I just want to see you get your ass kicked, team. That's a bigger dream than wanting to be Hokage, Dobe." Standing up, Naruto dusted the grass from his shorts and the back of his jacket. Checking back, he saw that his rival was already walking through the front gate, giving no indication that he would wait for Naruto to be done composing himself. Breaking into a light run, the Uzumaki chased after the last Uchiha, leaving behind the creaky dolls and bare trees of the decrepit Training Ground 10. They found Lee on Training Ground 3, bare fists battering one if the wooden posts into a blistered heap of pulp and splinters. A coat of sweat covered his forehead, his green jumpsuit stained dark. Moving on to an adjacent post, the genin continued his onslaught, arms and legs blurring as he pulverized his next target. Picking up the bickering voices of the two cadets, Lee turned his back to the post and witnessed as the Uzumaki and his companion made their approach. "Yash Naruto," the taijutsu specialist greeted, wiping his brow dry. "I'm surprised to see you here this evening. I did not expect to see you again until our bout this Sunday." Their greeting was immediately cut off by a rather perturbed Sasuke, whose eyes were scrunched in distaste. "Naruto, is this some kind of joke?" The brunette started, irritation evident in his voice. "I thought you promised me a good spar, not some kind of circus performer." The green-clad genin smirked at the Uchiha's insults, walking over to the two. "I see you have let my appearances dictate your judgment, Uchiha-san," Lee interjected. "You wouldn't be the first." Sasuke turned his attention from the Uzumaki to Lee, letting the blonde free of his grip. "If you are aware of who I am, you should know my reputation," Sasuke opened. "I'm nothing like the blonde-haired idiot who you managed to beat before." Sasuke settled into a fighting stance, legs taking up a short L-shaped stance, one arm stretched out and the other by his face. "If you're really worth my time, let's cut the pleasantries and you show me what you're made of. Lee adopted his wider stance, hand outstretched in its customary beckon. Taking the unspoken invitation, Sasuke kicked himself back, launching a Gokakyu no Jutsu as Lee pistoned toward him. The genin pulsed chakra into his legs, crushing the ground beneath him as he pushed off and flipped himself over the looming fireball. Wasting no time, Sasuke launched a set of kunai at the airborne genin, before reaching into his pocket and launching a volley of shuriken right behind them. Seeing too many to properly parry, Lee drew his own shuriken and launched an offensive of his own. Sparks flew and steel clashed with steel as the projectiles met in midair, raining back down onto the ground as Lee successfully dodged a pair of kunai in midair. Sasuke smirked, channeling chakra up the ninja wire he'd hooked onto the ends of two of his errant kunai. The two kunai came alive, bending their trajectory toward one another before Sasuke sent another jolt of chakra and caused the projectiles to wrap around the genin's legs. Seeing himself caught in the cadet's attack, Lee reached for a second set of shuriken, but was caught off balance when he felt the lines yank him back toward the earth, slamming him onto his back. A cloud of dust exploded from the ground in the wake of Lee's crash, obscuring the Uchiha's vision of his opponent. Pulling on the wire once again, Sasuke's arms tensed as he found himself unable to budge the genin. Instead, Sasuke was yanked toward the cloud, a fist burying itself into his abdomen as he was yo-yoed back out. Peering back at Lee, he saw the shinobi with his legs handing in the air, one arm connected to the ground and the other extended in a fist. A worthy tactic, Uchiha-san, Lee called out. But I have walked around the entire village on my own two hands countless times. Fighting with my legs incapacitated is second nature to me. Feeling the wire tense as Sasuke had reached the apex of his trajectory, Lee placed both hands on the ground and kicked his legs behind him, pulling the disoriented cadet toward him. As he was pulled toward Lee, the wire slackened, and Sasuke took the opportunity to reach into his pouch and grab hold of a kunai. Abandoning his tactic, he cut the wire, just in time for him to reach the green-clad ninja. Lee took his opportunity to kick the defenseless Uchiha into the air, chakra pulsing into his legs as he pushed himself up toward Sasuke's ascending form. Turning, Lee delivered a thundering kick into the Uchiha's chest, launching the young prodigy back down to the earth as the genin gracefully tumbled back down to the ground. It was Sasuke's turn to be obscured by dust, having cracked the ground as he landed on his backside. Falling back into a defensive stance, Lee sat in wait for his opponent, ready for the cadet to make his next move. The dobe said you were fast, but I didn't think you'd be hard to see as well. The dust cleared, revealing Sasuke's shirt torn across the back, and with several scrapes and cuts along his arms and legs. I underestimated you, Rock Lee. A mistake I won't do again. Pulling two kunai from his pouch, Sasuke held them in a reverse grip and decided to place himself on the defensive. His stance wider than before, Sasuke watched as his opponent nodded in his direction. Yash! Lee cried out. I am happy to receive your respect, Uchiha-san. But it won't earn you any quarter. It took 2 seconds for Lee to close the distance between himself and Sasuke. Taking aim at the Uchiha's head, Lee launched roundhouse, forcing the young cadet to lean back to avoid getting knocked out. However, he missed Lee's follow-up, a trip which swept the young brunette off of his feet. As Lee zeroed in for a punch, Sasuke launched a Gokakyu no Jutsu right at Lee's face, forcing the genin back. Bandages in flames but face no worse for wear, the black-haired boy shook the tattered pieces off cloth from his arms. Sasuke launched another barrage of kunai at Lee, forcing the taijutsu expert cut short his approach and dodge to the side. Flashing through a set of hand seals, Sasuke launched the Hozenka no Jutsu at Lee, each flame crashing into the earth as an increasingly pressed Lee found his forward movement interrupted by the hail of moves the last Uchiha had unleashed upon him. But all Sasuke was doing was slowing down the genin's movements, and he was out of options to outright stop Lee. He only had one more fire move left in him. Watching as Lee dodged the last of his fireballs, he noticed the black-haired shinobi was breathing deeply, but with a lot more in reserve than he did. Cursing, Sasuke grabbed another handful of shuriken and threw them at Lee, hoping to buy himself a few seconds to assess the situation. Having grown accustomed to the Uchiha's attack patterns, Lee plucked 2 of the stars out of the air and launched them back at the oncoming ones. With no more projectiles heading his way, Lee bolted toward his opponent, dust kicking up behind him as Lee cracked the earth with his chakra-enhanced steps. Sasuke ran through the familiar set of the Gokaku's hand seals, but was kicked upward before he could finish the last one. Trapping him in the air, Lee pelted the cadet with a salvo of kicks with such dizzying speed that the genin himself remained airborne. Body and pride aching, the Uchiha mustered the last of his strength to block each of Lee's kicks. As soon as he caught the first one, a second buried itself into his exposed flank, knocking the wind out of him. Defenses worn to nothing, Lee launched one final kick at the Uchiha, preparing to send him back to down to earth and add to the rubble he'd already created. As he connected with the cadet's body, rather than missile back toward earth, the Uchiha snapped back in the air, as though her were caught by a piece of string. Peering down, Lee made out the familiar sheen of ninja wire wrapped around his left foot, surmising that Burnett had placed it on him as he'd caught his attack. Tracing it back toward his opponent, Lee gazed at the battered Uchiha, as crimson-red eyes gazing back, a single comma swirling in each. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth, as his chest puffed out. Looking down, he noticed the boy's hands shaped into a tiger seal, recognizing it as the last one of the Gokaku no Jutsu. Shit. Sasuke pumped every last remaining drop of his chakra into the move, throat burning as the attack swelled and swelled. Unable to move, Sasuke was only inches away from the fireball as it detonated, launching both boys across opposite ends of the field. Helpless, he was surprised that rather than find himself crashing into the cold, hard earth of the training ground, he'd landed in the outstretched arms of his blonde rival. "Fucking got him," Sasuke rasped out, too exhausted to complain about his rival's proximity. "Yeah, team, you definitely did more damage than I did." Sasuke loosed himself from the Jinchuriki's grip, but placed an arm around his shoulder when he realized he lacked the energy to even stand properly. His eyes burned, taking in every detail of the field before them. Though the sun had almost finished its daily descent behind the Hokage monument, he noticed everything as though it were clear as day. Sasuke blinked, wondering if it was a trick of the light, but his vision did not reset as he reopened his eyes. He looked at Naruto, slightly making out the movements of his lips before the words even left his mouth. His breath hitched. "Looks like you got what you wanted out of this one too, Sasuke team." Sasuke knew exactly what that meant. Once he finally concentrated, he could make it out. The tiny thread of chakra his eyes were pulling from his stomach, flaring his birthright to life. "Looks like you're going to have to work harder to keep up, Dobe," the Uchiha teased, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. "Yash, well done, Uchiha-san." They were caught completely off guard by the appearance of Lee, torso bare and chest singed from the attack. Blisters riddled his lower arms, and his hands looked several shades darker than his face. Eyebrows shorter, and his bowl cut ruffled with burnt ends, the genin gave the 2 cadets his infamous nice guy pose. "You have got to be joking," Naruto let out, frustration evident on both cadets' faces. "Though I am unable to mold chakra for the use of ninjutsu, I can use it very effectively to reinforce my body against attacks." That was a point-blank explosion, fuzzy brows. "What is your body made of?" Naruto shouted. "I spend every second awake training. Whether I am brushing my teeth or taking a shower, there is no place I am not in some way practicing to make my body more resilient." The genin held his arms up to Naruto and Sasuke. "Obviously, I don't come unscathed from an attack like that. Even now, I can feel my nerves on fire. But as shinobi, we must learn to treat pain just like any other sensation." The black-haired taijutsu expert turned his attention toward his opponent, noticing the single tomo in each of his eyes. "My teammate also possesses a powerful dojutsu, one which gives him an advantage over me." "The Hyuga is even stronger than you?" Sasuke asked, his curiosity winning over his exhaustion. "He is, but that advantage is slim," Lee answered. "It won't be long before I show him that even a loser like myself can beat his natural genius. But make no mistake, Uchiha-san, you are exceptional for someone not even out of the academy. The both of you are." All I did was wind you, and Sasuke nearly killed himself to put a dent in you. Naruto replied, disappointment lacing his tone. How the hell am I supposed to beat someone so far beyond me? This is how legends are born, Naruto. We're just at the beginning. But with training, we'll come to surpass the ones who came before us. It just requires patience and dedication, and a rival who will push you to greater heights. It looks like you two have found someone worthy of bearing that title. Lee turned back toward the training posts, giving his back to the two cadets. The sun has almost set, and I plan to finish up my daily exercises. I would suggest the two of you eat hearty and get some rest. The goalpost is constantly moving forward. With that, Lee left the two behind, reaching into his knapsack and pulling out a set of bandages. Can you walk, team? The blonde asked, turning toward the Uchiha. Yeah, I just needed to catch my breath for a few seconds. Sasuke unlatched himself from the Uzumaki, but stumbled as he tried to take a step forward. Let me help you out, team. Swear to God I won't tell anyone. Sasuke stared at the blonde, sighing and leaning into Naruto's support. You better not, Dobe. You do, and I'll be looking for a new rival. The two made their way to gate, the Uchiha leaning on the Uzumaki as he limped forward. Even with his pride wounded, he'd readily admit the day had left him with several gains. Though the Sharingan was at the top of that list, he acknowledged that discovering his lightning affinity was bound to have its uses. As the last beams of light retreated from village, and the light posts rattled to life, the Uchiha began to wonder whether his progress would ever reach his brothers, and if he would ever have what it took to avenge his clan. They stood shoulder to shoulder, 3 rows deep and 9 shinobi across. To his left, front and center of the formation, was the bandana-clad lead Takujo educator himself. Ebisu, a slave to formality, stood rigid with his arms firmly statuesque at his side. The only evidence of life from him was the light whisper of a breath that escaped from him every few seconds. To his right, with a young garden snake slinking out of her coat sleeve and taking the occasional nibble out of his right butt cheek, was the Spitfire known as Anko Mitarashi. Somehow, she had yet to betray a smile, though the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the slight elevation in her cheekbones were enough for Irika to understand that she was clearly enjoying the teasing. Unwilling to increase her satisfaction, the brunette focused his attention at the empty podium, distracting himself from the snake's gentle nipping by attempting to develop a newfound love and respect for the way would grain arranged itself in each plank of the floor. The clash of a door against its steel frame rang out behind him, announcing their Kage's entrance. He made out the faint scent of tobacco wafting toward him, the only sign that Hiruzen was making his way toward the front of the room. As he finally entered their field of vision, out of the corner of his eye Irika was astonished to see that Ebisu had found a way to tense himself even more. His sphincter could probably fold steel. The snake bit out to him in Morse code. Irika let the corners of his mouth pull into a small smile. Ungluing his eyes from the podium, he shot his gaze to his right, catching mirthful eyes and the faintest glimmer of a grin adorning her face. A throaty rasp escaped from the Hokage, calling all of those present to attention. Removing the pipe from his mouth and rolling loose a stream of gray, billowing smoke, he placed his hands on either side of the podium and called the meeting to attention. At ease, came his first command. Immediately, shoulders slouched, hands found their ways into pockets while other arms folded themselves across chests. To his left, Irika noticed Ebisu's neck angle down ever so slightly, shoulders lowering millimeters and his breaths becoming more spaced out and deeper. I really hope he didn't shit himself. Anko tapped out on his sleeve, electing to use the nail of her pinky rather than that fangs of her tiny messenger snake. Irika felt his cheeks burn as he tried to smother the laugh that was threatening to crack his face. Faking a cough, Irika's hand flew toward his mouth, clamping down so he wouldn't begin cackling in front of the Hokage. Anko, for her part, barely showed a grin. But that was Anko for you. She hardly ever shared a real emotion with anyone. I have been very impressed with the progress of the cadets these last 2 months, Hiruzen began. The more personalized touch you have been able to provide to your trainees has yielded dividends for our village's blossoming shinobi. Well, that was certainly an understatement, especially concerning his team. But deep down, he knew he could hardly take credit for that. From that first day, Amongst the bare trees and dilapidated dolls of Training Ground 10, the budding synergy of Team Irika had been evident. He had easily anticipated that Naruto's growing strength would earn Sasuke's respect, helping the Uchiha slowly integrate with the rest of the team. What he would have never expected was the recognition and deference the brunette would show to the pinkette. Where Sakura lacked the raw, overwhelming power of Naruto or the technical breadth and acumen of the Uchiha, she was a master tactician and had outmaneuvered each of her teammates a number of times. That she had caught the Uchiha in a genjutsu a number of times, despite the latter's natural talent in the subject, was the least shocking aspect of their relationship. He had actually caught her tutoring him on the finer points of the art on several occasions, trying to explain the importance of subtlety and detail in weaving illusion into reality. And while Sakura's ability to command her elemental affinity paled when compared to the prodigious progress to Blonde had achieved in manipulating wind and water, the few earth-style techniques she did know harmonized incredibly well with her combat style. Naruto had hardly allowed Sasuke to forget the time Sakura had buried him neck-deep into the ground while the Haruno had placed a double-layered genjutsu on him. In return, Sasuke had never let Naruto forget the time Sakura had used a mud clone to smear one of Naruto's seal arrays, causing the Uzumaki to end up mummified by his own chirca-laden bandages. Needless to say, they had stopped underestimating her after that. She was incredibly quick in finding the blind spots in the boys' tactics, and she was relentless when it came to exploiting them. While some of your cadets still lag behind the new standard we are trying to establish, Hiruzen continued, I am content to see that, on the whole, our new curriculum is turning out to be a success. The incredible truth of the matter was that, whereas only 27 cadets graduated the academy, he fully expected at least 42 to make it through this year. And only time would tell how many ended up making it to full genin. Several of your teams have exceeded even my wildest expectations, with a number of your squads operating at the level of high genin. It was rare that even a single team could operate at that level right out of the academy. Usually, it would be an individual shinobi who would display a talent beyond those of the rest, as was the case with Team Jiraiya and Team Minato. Sarutobi's own cell had been one of the exceptions, already developing a reputation within the Hidden Leaf 1 year out of the academy. That a quarter of the teams were already flourishing was a testament not only to the success of the curriculum, but also to the talent that the village had at its disposal. Given these facts, I have opted to push the envelope a bit. Out of reflex, Irika felt an eyebrow twitch up in curiosity. Some would say it premature, but to those teams capable, I have decided to begin assigning minor missions. At that, hushed muttering began to break out amongst the shinobi, taken aback by the bold nature of the Hokage's decision. Hiruzen raised his palm toward the group of gathered instructors, a silent gesture which they acknowledged by quickly quieting down. While my decision may seem abrupt, I assure you it was not made in haste. I have been monitoring the progress of each of your teams, and I feel that a significant number of them are capable of undertaking assignments for the village. I understand the apprehension many of you may feel upon hearing this news, but trust that I will not assign anything beyond the capabilities of your squads. Pausing briefly, the Hokage examined each of the 27 gathered. To his surprise and satisfaction, fear seemed to be scarce amongst the faces of his instructors. Doubt, plenty. Apprehension, certainly. Some, as evidenced by the sultry smirk and hungry eyes of the snake mistress, seemed tantalized. Hearing no protest, Hiruzen continued. For those I have deemed ready, you can expect to hear from me tonight concerning your duties. For those who are not, you will receive a summoning to my office when such a time has come. Until that time, please continue to foster your students' growth. Not only are your trainees depending on you, but so too does the village as a whole. The Takujo remained quiet, contemplating Hiruzen's words. Irika began running the calculations. Missions meant not just a salary bump, but additional income with each assignment undertaken. Assuming they were receiving at least D-rank payout, Irika could double his income if his team could accomplish a steady stream of missions each week. He had been eyeing a new apartment farther away from the town's boisterous center. A quiet spot, with a view overlooking the land of fire's seemingly endless forest. Yeah, that extra income would definitely be nice. Plus, it's not like Hiruzen was going to send them on any suicide missions. How hard could these new assignments be? Hearing no dissent, Hiruzen picked his pipe up from the stand. "Dismissed," he announced. Silently, the Jounin arranged themselves into a single line, allowing for the Hokage to leave first as they filed out behind him. Walking into the atrium, the regiment watched as the last bit of Sarutobi's robes slinked past the front door. As it clasped behind him, the contingent of shinobi let a collective gasp escape them, breaking into their small cliques to gossip over the new developments. Anko slipped her arm into the crook of Irika's, yanking the scarred brunette closer to herself, taking him off balance. "Come on, Irika-chan," she sing-songed to her younger companion. "Let's snatch Mr. Tight-Ass and grab ourselves a drink." Cobalt eyes traced back over the sprawling array of symbols to which he had just put his finishing touches. Wet black streaks were arranged with architectural precision. No width a coincidence and no overlay a mistake. Standing up and taking several steps back, he finally took in the completed work. From table end to table end, a thick parchment lay sprawled open. Even by artisanal standards, this was a masterpiece. The 3 circles were arranged in a triangular pattern, each one filled to the brim with an uninterrupted melange of glyphs, scripts, and characters. He'd once overheard a debate between 2 civilian professors at the Shady Tree Cafe concerning the nature of art. While the 2 academics agreed that art was, at its simplest, a physical representation of emotion meant to be interpreted by an ambiguously identified audience, they differed upon the strictness of the definition of that representation. Oddly, it was the elder one, with his gray, sharpened beard and a midnight blue sports coat, who took on the more radical view. Even in disciplines as rigid as mathematics, he argued, each person arranged their equations and formulas in a manner the individual found both most utile and physically pleasing. No one person derived the same way, and he bet his brash young counterpart that their mutual acquaintance, the head of the psychology department at their university, could psychoanalyze an individual just by glancing at their scripts. The younger scoffed, a posh finger pushing her marble-patterned, turquoise glasses up a softly sloping tan nose. He'd thought the whole thing absurd at the time. Why did the civilians always devote their time to pondering things so inconsequential? But as he delved deeper into the sealing arts, he began to understand the old codger's point. Even though this mural of symbols was a smattering of gibberish to nearly all who would ever come across it, just a look at the intention of each stroke, the arrangement of each adjacent emblems, communicated a fantastic passion for the craft. But even beyond the physical manifestation of his toil, Naruto felt something far deeper, a more primal satisfaction, that could not be captivated by ink and scroll. It was both calming and cathartic. It was a symphony, an opera, a 3-act play. Every stroke a note, every layer a scene. He was the author and his language was unique. This one, on the bottom right, Shikamaru pointed out, vexation masking his piqued intrigue. What's its purpose again? Naruto screwed the cap back onto his inkwell, dipping his brush into a tin can filled with an inky gray miasma. Standing up, the blonde inched down, gingerly grasping the can and leaving it outside of the hideout's entrance. That one is the foundational array. In and of itself, Mito classified it as low to moderate difficulty seal, but essential to any non-temporary sealing you may want to do on a person. The Uzumaki pointed to a repeating triplet pattern